guys? How's everything? Oh my god, what's today? Today's March 5th! It's March 5th. It's literally March 5th. Valentine's Day was maybe like 3 days ago, and now it's March 5th. I don't understand. It's always the same thing. It's like I don't understand why time is going by so fast. It's very bizarre. I need time to stop. I feel like when you're getting older, time goes by like dislike that so fucking much. So oh my god. So hi guys, how's everybody doing? Woo woo woo! We're gonna be playing some Dungeons and Dragons. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. Shit. I forgot what I was gonna do. I was gonna open up the game. That's what I was gonna do. So, I hope you guys are doing wonderful. I love you all. Let's see. Nothing really to report. Let's see. My week has been well. I've had a very good week. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. So I'm really happy for that. I mean, it's been like a really like normal week. Nothing like really exuberant happened. It's just normal week. Same old, same old. I hope you guys are doing good. I love you guys. I love you all so much. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna get started with D&D. I should get started. Might as well, so that way I can get like my gear set up. You know what I mean? Shoot. So let me just hop on over to the Discord, so that way you guys can hear my friends. Hello, hello.
Books that entire library had?
The answer is C, both A and B.
Okay. Because, like...
What are you guys talking about?
I just watched Exandria Calamity.
F.
Oh.
And, so...
Like
the
that.
orb is also working as, like, in the same way, except it also has a bunch of other miscellaneous information.
So...
Well, vaguely miscellaneous.
There's a fan theory going around that that orb is what started eventually the Cobalt Soul, which is the Exandria's huge monastery library thing.
Maybe.
In
I
the
can
monks
believe that.
subclass.
I'm also personally, I'm just going to the thought of, there's no way that thing could be destroyed unless, like, as what happened, one of the Betrayer gods personally went over and destroyed it.
Maybe.
And considering that, what is at this moment at that moment at least, you would have the world's best rogue probably be guarding the person who has it. So for at least a while, and training them too, for at least a while, that shit's probably untouchable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially since from my understandings of it, Sarah basically has just gone with the, yeah, I did my responsibility, I did everything I could do, it's out of my hands, I'm now gonna do what matters to me, and that is make sure my family survives this.
Which the odds of them surviving are basically non-existent.
I mean, on one hand, very low. On the other, I'm pretty sure they're on an entire other continent.
Yep.
Two,
Right.
again, they have some really high caliber stuff flying around.
On an entire
Suddenly on
other
their
continent?
side. Yeah, they got teleported into an entire other continent than Amnivar was on.
Has nothing to do with like campaign 2, right? It does?
No, it doesn't involve campaign 2 at all. Well, I mean, in like a loose sense that it's in the same. So, Calamity takes place way before any of the campaigns. So remember hearing about like
oh,
the
that's
calamity?
right. That's right. Yeah, with
That-
like Opal and like Darax and like whatever the fuck these people are.
Yeah, when the gods like had a huge fight on the material plane, that's what the calamity is about, and that's when that one shot takes place.
Oh,
It's not a one shot. It has.
it's a
Yeah.
multi-shot.
It-
Is that what it's called?
Mini series.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Give me a couple minutes to set up because I just got home. Oof.
Don't worry about that, bud.
You still have 5 minutes, so
Yeah,
That's
but
all
like,
you're
I'm-
getting, Zarks. 5 minutes.
If you're 30 seconds late, I steal your thigh bones.
Ooh,
I don't need it.
you munch on those.
What
the I finished campaign 1. Oh my gosh, Cameron, the last episode, I was crying so hard. It's not even funny. Like I was
Yeah.
crying. The last episode, like the part where like the Raven Queen. Wait, everybody, can I say this? Am I allowed to say this? Are you guys like fine? Nobody's watching.
I'm gonna be honest. Hear me out. I stand with Scanlan. Fuck the group. Everyone was pieces of shit. Fuck. Scanlan was so right.
And
no one
he
took an
was
interest in him.
right. He was right.
No one took an interest. No one cared about him. They thought he was a fucking joke.
Yeah, no, exactly. But if you guys are watching, I'm gonna spoil it. But when he was like the Raven Queen, and she's like, "Come, my child," it was so sad. I was crying so
Oh, yeah.
hard. Oh,
I mean, he fulfilled his
my-
purpose. That was the great.
I know,
like, arrangement.
but it was too soon. You know what I mean? It was too
Yeah.
soon. Like, could this crazy lady
just
like
going
wait?
off of what I saw in the show,
Oh
the
my-
dude literally did say, "Take me instead of her." The Raven Queen is very
Oh
nice
my
in
God.
waiting that long.
Oh my god. But she gave him like but he was speaking truth in the sense of like we need to kill this god and my group needs me to like kill this like wannabe god. So it's like, and he's your common enemy too, so listen fam.
Hear me?
So
Yep.
it was so Cameron. I literally was crying the entire way through. It was so
Yeah.
sad. It was so moving. And when each of them went like, what are they gonna do in like 5 years? Oh, and then like, oh my god, and then Scanlan and Pike get together at the very end. Ah.
Yep.
I lost it when Scanlan was like, "Oh, I wanted to ask you out on a date," and then I was like, "Oh, that's cute," you know, like I'd expect that. But when Ashley was going to say that as Pike, I lost my mind. I literally lost my mind. I was like, I did not expect her this woman. Like I expect, like her voice was giving off something, but then she kept crashing, so I was very confused. I was
Yep.
like, what the fuck is happening?
Can I just say, I find it hilarious that you can go to Whitestone and a random bakery has the chef be this legendary cleric.
Oh yes, the Slayer's cake.
Yeah, like, holy shit, that is some mind-boggling shit.
Oh man, you have no idea how much I cried.
I bet.
I cried way too much.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering if you catch the thing in the second to last episode when Sam says I counterspell at 9th level. Did you catch, like, did you look at Sam and Liam after that?
I didn't look at them at that particular. I was surprised.
man.
I was surprised.
Oh man.
No. Hold on. Hear me out. I was surprised that he had a 9th level. That he still
yeah.
had a 9th level. I was like,
Oh yeah.
I was like, these people must have been like out of everything. They had to have been out of everything. The only one that I expected to have shit was honestly Keyleth, because she was transformed into a planetar, and so she hasn't used majority of her spells. So the only one that I expected was the fact that Scanlan didn't die. That
I
man,
know.
ah,
Hey, do you wanna know what he was saving that 9th level spell for?
for what?
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Okay,
He was saving that 9th level spell for Vax to save him from the Raven Queen and for him to not be taken back. He was gonna use a wish for that.
Wish-
Oh,
Yep.
I
You
knew that.
know-
I knew. I think they spoke about it at like the end credits.
You know, I
Mhm.
appreciate you guys spoiling the ending.
No, are you? Well, you're.
Mm.
Hold on.
You was warned.
It was warned.
It was
It was
warned.
To be
warned.
fair, I probably should have turned off my headphones.
Yep.
But
It was
That was
very
that one's
warned.
on you.
Yes, I even
Mhm.
yeah,
said
I
it. I
probably
was.
should have put on my headphones for that.
Look,
But
Let's see how
I
funny.
spoiled
It's still the same.
non-important shit.
So yeah. So then, anyway, so like, I was the fact that Scanless survived was like, ah, he got very lucky, very
Mhm.
lucky. And then now I
Let's
started
see.
camping too. So we're gonna. Oh, is Elijah still here? Or I think he
Side
definitely.
note, to make it fair,
I
I'm
know,
gonna
do that.
spoil something for Sweet Thing. Minor detail.
No.
One
Is
of
it
the
about wait? Is it about
NPCs
campaign 2?
Comes back.
Don't tell me about campaign 2. Don't spoil me
No,
campaign
no.
2. Okay.
One of the NPCs from campaign 1 shows up as a player in campaign 3.
Oh, is
She
it
does- She doesn't know.
I will tell you nothing else.
I've heard because I've seen snippets on YouTube of like you know how like they
Mhm.
do like the little mini clips of like the funny part
Shorts.
whatever yeah. So
Mhm.
I've seen snippets of like them getting a letter from Vax, them meeting Percy, and then Keyleth, and then Pike, and then I know them. So I know them, and then like Delilah, like because she's like Laudna's patron or
War-
some shit like some patron
Yep.
warlock bullshit like that. I heard about that one. She gets like stuck in a tree and shit like that.
There's also another one that happened super recently. I haven't kept up with the
Don't
show,
tell
but
me,
I
I
heard
don't
of
know.
another one. I'm not saying
also,
anything.
Also, can I just say
you
it is
fucking
hilarious?
know I've got wireless headphones.
Can I just say it's hilarious to have Matt Mercer you know, act as the character to the player that was that character.
Oh yeah.
It's hilarious to watch in my
I
mind.
thought
Just
it was
like
funny. So yeah, I started campaign 2. So I've only watched like the very beginning until like they hit like the break. Like, oh, we're gonna take a quick break and then we'll come back, whatever. I thought it was I love Beauregard so much. She is such a sassy motherfucker in the first like couple hours. I love her so much. I love her so my boyfriend likes Beauregard and he likes not. He likes not like just like the very like beginning. I love Ashley's character. Ashley's so funny. When Sam was like, oh, Ashley's like the fiddler and then like the carnivore or whatever. Molly Mock is something, man. He is. Oh,
Yes, he is.
Taliesin plays that character and like he's like this like tarot reading person, like fortune teller. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. He's super flamboyant. Oh my god.
Yes.
Molly is the
He's
best.
he's super flamboyant. Holy cow.
when he leaves and comes back without a shirt, that's just weird.
Wait, he does?
Oh, you don't know what I'm
Hey.
talking about then.
He does? No,
hey,
first episode. First episode.
Hey.
And then that's it.
I got confused. I don't remember which is which. Okay.
And it's just
Went
the
over
first
this.
episode. Again, they're like the first
My
episode is
experience
literally
is
them.
random clips on YouTube.
The first episode is literally them just like going to the circuits. Like there's like a
Yep.
carnival in town. Jester's funny. Oh my god.
Also, can I just say I did not know that Travis was the guy that was playing that one.
The orc?
Ford.
Oh, I got confused. I thought you said he was playing the Molly one.
No,
Molly's
Taliesin.
played by Taliesin.
Taliesin Jaffe.
The one with the hair slicked back.
He's
The Eldritch God in human form who has like purple
I'm
hair.
talking about the
sometimes.
player.
Oh
Mhm.
no, yeah, the player that has like the mohawk and shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
I had the correct guy in mind.
Yeah, Taliesin's the Eldritch God who's been here forever.
I don't know. What is the Pokemon in slot 218 on the Pokedex? You tell me. You tell me what it is.
Fucking Pikachu or something?
Is it really Pikachu?
I don't know.
We get to
Alright,
play a
guys.
game-
I know
games
like
arcade.
2 Pokemon.
Slugma.
If-
Oh, Magikarp.
If you haven't already, slowly make your way into the Roll20 and make your way into the Watch Together, please.
I I see someone has made it even more sus.
You know, like every week, it's just like slowly stuff is being added to the map,
Hmm.
and I'm bound
Specifically
to,
in the oceans. So
and I'm bound to make one of these canon one of these days. Just like something you draw on the map is just like, I like that.
It makes it fucking Triforce Island. Yeah.
And just-
actually adds that random door.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking.
Dude, that you just leave it at this point. Just fucking leave it.
I like playing with it, if I'm honest with you.
Damn it! I can't do anything about it. Every time I try to like delete it. Also, oh, why can't I? Oh,
But
voice
yeah,
mod's on.
so I was like crying and I was like, oh.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know
Damn.
how those people like Barisha was a mess at the very end. She was
Hmm.
the waterworks. Laura kept it together just like a little bit, but Barisha was a mess.
Hmm.
And then like Taliesin was like, "Oh, like I'm not accepting this because you're my brother and shit like that." And I was like, "Oh,
Oh yeah. Yep. I had to rewatch that recently when you brought it up, and I was like, oh yeah, should
it
revisit
was a
that
very
scene.
sad episode." And then
Mhm.
Travis was like,
And then and then the cliffhanger at the end.
"Oh yeah, everything's like black and white, and they're all like, oh."
Hmm.
I was literally like, that gave me, you have no idea how much of an adrenaline rush that gave me for me to be like, this fucking campaign needs to make me bawl. Zarky and all the other players here. I want crying at the very last episode. I want to be in tears. There needs to be a martyr. There has to be a martyr. I do not
I mean,
volunteer.
What? No.
I don't volunteer as tribute though. We'll have James be the martyr. How about that? It all comes back to James and the cats.
It could happen, but he's not. He's not going to sacrifice himself for
For the
most of these builds. So.
good. It was so sad.
Alright.
Ah,
So, also like, okay, let me turn that off. Cool. Let's get right into the business. But before we get into the business, I'm gonna go down the list. David, how's your week been, buddy?
Good.
Anything cool, interesting, noteworthy happen?
Yeah, just another week of college.
Another week of school, yeah. Felt that. Real, bud, how you been?
I've been.
You been?
Oh, I've been.
Ben? Been good?
Not good, not bad. You know, this
Ben.
week
Just-
passed really fucking quickly again. I'm kind of just not really feeling a whole lot of anything really as of this moment.
Everything is normal.
It's fun.
Everything is gray.
It's funny you mentioned that because it's like I heard this somewhere that as you get older, you realize the progression of time just gets a little bit faster. Because if you think about it, when you're 10 and someone takes 1 year of life, that's 10% of your life. But as you get older, it becomes lesser and lesser. Let's just take this: if 1 year of your life and you're 50 is one 50th of your life, so things will appear to be
Well,
faster as you
That's
get
so
older.
funny because
Think about it this way. I'm just gonna say, think about it this way. It's not necessarily always going to be that turning 10 is 1/10 of your life.
True.
And honestly, like
Unfortunately-
literally beginning of the stream, I was like, wow, I'm getting older and time's going by faster. I literally said that at the beginning of the stream. I was like,
We live in a small world.
oh.
Small world. Rustic, how you been?
Time never flows properly.
Fine. Just going through stuff and plowing through. But yeah, life's not bad.
I'm happy to hear that. And last, certainly, but not least, sweet, how's your week been?
I finished all of campaign 1. I'm so happy. I'm crying. I'm starting campaign 2 a critical role. And the week did go by really fast.
Yes.
It went by a little too fast. Like Saturday felt like Sunday for me. And today felt like I just had a random day off of work, which is really bizarre. But not excited that we're gonna get an hour less of sleep next Sunday.
Yeah, that do be happening though.
It's gonna be real sad. It's gonna be real whatever. And yeah, no, nothing. I'm going to a wedding at the end of the month.
Yeah.
My best friend's getting married.
Yeah. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Marriage could be cool. For me, guys, my week has been interesting, but for the most part, I've been productive in terms of your guys' game. I've been procrastinating a lot. To some of you, you know. And I apologize for that. And to others, let's just say this. Very soon, those gifts will start emerging. Or at least there will be hints or suggestions in the immediate future. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. But who would like to give the recap? Because a lot happened last session. If not, I could do the recap. It's entirely up to y'all.
Yeah, but do we still get the inspiration if you do the recap?
No.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Call it
just wanted to-
incentive. Call it
see,
incentive.
Then
It's a good
Zarky
incentive.
gets the inspiration, and
Yeah.
well,
He
No.
gets the inspiration. That's a little
That's
scary.
1, 2,
you want
3.
you
Four
want to give
people?
the DM the inspiration?
That's 4 people, man. That's 4 inspirations from me, or 1 for each one of you.
Wait, no, inspiration doesn't stack.
He's the DM.
He's the DM. He does whatever he wants.
Doesn't
But
help.
we met.
He does have more character sheets to use it on.
We met Sylvina.
Yeah.
We met Sylvina. We all got blessed at night. I
Yeah.
mean, like, protection from me won't good, but Yelena gives money to like a rich person.
No.
Or like a
You gave
scoundrel,
it-
scoundrel, motherfucker. He's on my
You gave
hit-
it to
There
a
you go.
poor person
You
who
were
turned
tricked.
out to be rich, and you got tricked out of your money.
He's on my hit list now. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna find him.
Mhm.
I'm gonna find him,
Goddamn.
Zarky, I'm gonna find him. He's on my hit list now.
You gifted money to a gambler.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what though?
Conned you.
You know what though? It was out of good faith though. It was out of good faith.
That yeah. If anything was out of faith,
It was out of good faith.
meant something in the world at this point.
I mean, it meant
You had-
something.
It
You
meant-
had
guys-
good intentions.
yeah, good
Yeah,
Yeah,
intentions.
it meant he could go
Gold.
gambling again.
I got
Yeah,
screwed.
he's
You're
up a couple
naive.
gold. I
Mm.
mean, there gonna be rewards for that behavior.
You know, I am curious if he actually did end up winning in gambling, but that's a question for later.
that'll be
Uh,
fun.
you can go.
Oh,
But-
I learned how to make a
will
potion.
say, I can do the recap for once in my life.
You do it.
Go for it.
Because the last time I was forced to do a recap was a while ago. But
Hmm.
besides the point, last session, the start of it was something.
Mm-hmm.
Because after they had just arrived to the town, right after talking with the, I'm gonna call him the ancient cat because I forgot his name.
Tom.
Yes, Tom. He
Tom.
revealed things about their whole shtick.
Oh, you guys are talking about
The
C.
group. Oh, C, yes.
Mhm.
C for cat.
They were walking
Oh, I didn't even
to
think about that.
the inn. Listen, y'all guys are gonna have to jump in with the names.
That's fair.
Cause I remember the
names
gist,
of
but you
stuff?
gotta just jump into the names.
Dude, I remember the name for that one cat being Tom because that's an easy name.
Yeah, 'cause Tomcat, I get it. They were walking to the inn tavern that Sylvina was currently at. I don't fucking name.
The Cooked Brew.
Thank you. To which they had conversations about general things. Sylvina introducing herself to the group introducing themselves to her, and during that introduction commentary, Yelena had noticed a
Creepy
very-
dude.
yeah, a very interestingly tall man, who's probably cursed, if I had to guess, but who was a potion seller guy who sold a copy of a recipe to Yelena.
Hmm.
Arlo Ravensong. I know that name because of Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
Thus of which we did still continue, where a fisherman essentially loudly walked into the tavern with a fish, a very large fish, announcing there was a holy person that was staying with him, and that those who didn't wish to fear the night creature come and get a blessing.
He actually didn't say where the holy person was,
Right.
Oh, no, okay.
which is the weirdest move.
He just said you have to go visit her if you don't. Like, I suggest you go visit her.
But refuses to say where she is, even though he's saying this mostly to a
Yeah.
tavern of people he knows is from outside of town.
Yeah.
So, interesting set of actions he did there.
Nobody asked. Nobody asked.
This is true. But to
Well,
which
most
we
people
went
assume the holy
to...
person would be at the local church or temple thing.
Oh, right. I forgot to mention, it was raining. Like,
Yeah.
heavy downpour.
Yeah.
To which after that, after everybody bought their rooms, some of us ate a little bit, then we went down to the fisherman's house. I presume originally we were going down there to ask him where this holy person was.
Well, actually, here's what happened. We walked out. Ashok was like pointing to the next
yeah.
the nearest person,
The
and
temple.
intimidated them, and was like, "Hey, where's the new priest in town?" And then they were like, "Oh, fisherman." And then it was like, "Okay, cool." And then they went there.
And then we talked to this holy woman who had a very interesting fascination with helping people. And whenever she received praise, I believe someone's insight was high enough that, she seemed to really, really enjoy getting the praise rather
yeah,
than...
she really liked the attention of her doing good,
Yes.
which is wrong in this society. But that's a philosophy type of thing.
Hey, she's still doing good, but points to matter. She's also a holy person of name eludes me again.
Ul.
Do you remember her name?
Is it Ulbel?
I don't remember her name.
Sister Era?
Is it Ubelia?
Era?
Ubelia? There's like a belly person.
No, that's the
Ublia.
god.
That's
The
the
god.
god.
Oh,
Again, I call upon you, my allies.
I don't.
Sister Era or something like that.
I don't
Or-
remember this one. I know Belia, whatever. Ublia.
Did you
I
fucking
only know
shout?
that one. I don't remember.
Zaki, am I correct?
Might wanna draw upon the wisdom of your friends collective there.
I
Yeah,
forgot.
that's kind of what I'm doing.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's why I said Sister Era. Era. ERA.
Yeah.
That's what I have written down.
I just have. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't remember the details of that conversation.
And basically, it was like, here, cool. We get holy things, blessings, and whatnot, and then we got told about the fish monster creature that's like looking for whatever because people came over from the island a long time ago, and now everybody's like, the fish comes and like digs through the graves of the
Yeah, I read a
graveyard
Yes.
nearby.
By
Yep.
Lake Royal,
And
and
then-
it's that stream.
Yeah, and there's also like a bandit problem like up farther north.
There was a bandit problem very close as well. We got some options of things that we can do.
The grave is like
Um,
like the mounds of graves being just like being like oh I forgot the
Desecrated.
yes.
Just say dug up.
we
But
had
it's not
also
really
gotten.
it's not really like it's not really because it's like the creatures underneath it, while the mounds are just like that's what I'm picturing at least is like the creatures like underneath and the mounds are like anyway.
We had also then gone to. We also then gotten essentially a better protection from evil and good, to which we had gotten that blessing for the night from Priestess Era.
And then eventually, I'll do some.
yeah.
I'll do some talking now because I'm
Yep.
starting to remember things. So after that, we kind of went back to the inn for the night because it was getting late. And then Yelena pulled like everyone inside and be like, "Hey, I have a magic healing potion recipe. Look out for mushrooms if you see them on our way. Just grab some because we'll need them." And we were all like, "Cool." And then we all went to bed. And then in the night, or so went to bed for those of us who sleep, and those of us who don't, we just either meditated or whatever Yelena does, because I'm not exactly sure.
Trance, like,
Yeah, but what is that? I don't know what a trance looks like for you.
I guess it's just her. I guess like her trancing would just be her floating, and like her like with her like she looks asleep but she's floating. That's what I picture Yelena trance. That's what I would pick. That's how I picture her.
Okay.
Sure.
How I picture.
Okay, cool. Then like when Ashok meditates, he like floats off the ground just a little bit too as well. Then.
Like a hover.
Yeah, just very lightly though. And that happened, and then in the middle of the night we heard a ton of different screams. Sylvina had a smile on her face, and then eventually, as things went over, the night passed, the screamings went away, and then
Back to business.
back to business.
Yeah, but that particular night, like we as a party, we got a good night's rest, but it's like one of those rests of like we're extremely groggy.
Mm-hmm.
We're extremely groggy,
Yeah.
so we're all very like we know what the hell happened, even though we fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's pretty good, and I'll award everyone an inspiration. But for this, a special secret. Who can tell me what was the ensemble of the nightmare? You guys did get the benefits of a long rest,
Right.
but an extra tad
yep.
bit. What do you remember of the nightmare? Because there were specifics there.
Right. It was like drowning. Something about drowning and being like swallowed by a fish or something like that. Is that
Yeah.
enough detail for you, Zarky?
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, I don't know what else to look for.
Mhm.
Alrighty then.
There's also
Everyone,
a lot of the screams of pain from the people of the outside.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he mentioned that, didn't he?
Yeah, I did.
Oh. Yeah, I
But,
remember that detail for a reason.
We get it. You're becoming your character and are really enjoying that.
Ah.
I do that with all of my characters. No, shut up.
Okay, and now let's cut back into the day afterwards. So give me a second. As good job, everyone gets an inspiration in a rustic. I will
Woo!
be on the look for something in this session.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Huh.
Bandits just we all fight bandits. It just magically leave like a legendary item for you.
Huh. I doubt that.
Ashok gets 2 legendary items.
Oh.
No, you dual wield great swords.
Yes.
I mean, you never know. Maybe their leader has like legendary armor on, and he's just really
Oh.
weak.
Oh.
You gotta hit him once.
Mm-hmm.
Pop him on the nose.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll use the sword this one time.
The armor is also cursed.
Damn it.
Everything is.
Everything in this curse, nothing's good.
Everything's.
The moment Ashok says, I want that one," it gets cursed immediately.
Yeah. Everything he touches. Everything the light touches.
It just is yours.
His cursed.
Everything the light touches
It's-
will be
It will
cursed.
be- Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway.
So, I'm gonna cut back a little bit to re-describe things. As you wake up, well, as the entire party wakes up. Hold on, let me see. Give me a second. Where is? Where is this? Is any? Cool. Cool. And as you wake up, some of you would have been awake this throughout the rest of the night. All of you slowly coming to, you are immediately greeted to the smell of some fresh blood in some areas. You can see that as some of you make your way out from your rooms, some rooms are been boarded up. Some rooms have signs that visibly say "keep out," and you can see very, very visibly that the slow lurking trail of blood, now dried, perhaps for a couple hours, emanating from the corners of some rooms. And all of you feel a little bit distressed, regardless of the normalcy of the screaming, or how familiar you are with it. There is a uneasiness to this area, and as I described last session, perhaps some of you look out a window or go outside, you can see corpses from freshly, like for some fresh and some old, some bodies being carried out of this tavern and you can see the looks of terror, almost a frozen, mortified expression on a lifeless corpse, permanently erect, unmoving, as some people are being carried out of this tavern. People, perhaps, who arrived not only a few hours before all of you. Some of them are being carried out, but as some of you look outside, you can see some corpses longly departed, mostly skeletal, and there's a sense and odor of rotten flesh. You can see very clearly, there are some coffins, some urns, some other burial ornaments that have been recently dug out and excavated. As you can see, there is almost burrows moving all around the town. You can see just these coffins uplifted, and you can see some people, some townsfolk carrying these coffins back to the cemetery, and some other people are just looking around with equal disgust. But very plainly, you can see this familiar veil of the priest looking towards the people, comforting them, giving them some sort of conversation, and you can see him slowly directing people. But you can see a man with a bell. And you can always hear it. It's very loud, and he's ringing it, and you can see a small crowd of people forming around him, and he's directing them. And that is where we will start today's session, as I painted the scene in front of all of you.
So where are we? We're all in our rooms still?
All of you, I will say for the assumption of this, are either in your rooms or have left and now are in the main entrance to where last night was. You're either at the bar or at a table of some sort. You pick, but that is all that you could have perceived or could be aware of at the time.
I only need 4 hours, so I would be at the main tavern area.
Ashok only needs 3.5 because he's super cool and whatnot. So,
he's super cool.
So yeah, he's also already down there. Because as soon as his trance is over, he gets up and goes downstairs.
So then you would be downstairs first, and then half an hour later, you just see me just going downstairs.
Yeah.
And then I'll look at you and I'll say, I'm gonna say, do you have a good night's rest?
It was fine. It's better than some places, but not as good as others. But
I didn't have a very good night's sleep. Well, I slept, but
you slept?
And oh my gosh, I tranced.
Mm-hmm.
But I fear that my sleep is not comparable. My trance is not comparable to everybody else that's here. There's so much bloodshed everywhere. You slept all and you tranced all right.
Yeah. Smells like home.
Very bizarre. I'm going to question you, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep looking around and just intaking everything that I've seen. Can I actually walk outside? And
Okay.
I'm gonna like look at everything around me, and then after looking at how you were describing, I'm gonna look up and see what kind of mood.
Wait. Okay. But before that happens, Zarky, I have one super important question that I have to ask you.
Sure.
Is coffee available?
Coffee is very available. As you can see, some people with shaken faces, and to better describe the tavern, there is a large company of people. Some locals, you would imagine, perhaps come here for perhaps their breakfast or some coffee, and you can see many of them are consuming it. Perhaps workermen, fishermen, similar to this fisherman you met yesterday, Jones. But there is a disgruntled look amongst all of them. Them eating, some of them finding normalcy in the unusual stuff that's occurring, and some fresher faces just looking absolutely devastated, just shaken. You can see someone perhaps is picking up their fork, biting into an egg, and their hands shaking so frivolously and uncertain that they can't even do it. And at this point, it's shaking all food off
Really
the
intense Parkinson.
Okay. Ashok looks the same as he did yesterday. And just he's downstairs and he's taking one of his other swords, not the super special one. And he has a plain black coffee sitting on the table where he's sitting, and then he's has a probably like a small stone that he's using just to make sure that the sword stays sharp. And that's what he's doing when Yelena comes down. And then goes outside.
Oh, and then
Coffee would have cost you 5 copper. Coffee's 5 copper.
Okay, I'll remove the 5 copper.
and then we talk, and then after like the talk, I go outside. I look everything that you described, Zarky, but I want to look up and see what kind of moon it is, how what kind of color the sky is, if it's like a pretty sunrise or is it like a really ugly sunrise, and if I see any stars, like when you're like when it's just beginning to sunrise, you can still see.
Yeah, you can see an outline of what it was, right?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay, let me check. For you, because you look up, the sky is not so blue. It is very cloudy, and there is almost an unnatural mist that even it being broad daylight that wavers amongst this town. And you look up and you can just see very lightly the formations of a crescent moon, waxing crescent. And you can only allude that tonight you will see a first quarter of the moon as it shifts onwards a bit. But more importantly enough, as you look up and stare up at the sky above you, as you lift your head upwards, perhaps to look in and take everything, you just happen to see every so often a couple crows or a couple birds just come down and just see these bodies nibbling away at them, and it just takes you off guard. But what catches your eye amongst all of them is that perhaps a few of them look up, take hypervigilance, and all of them, only for a quarter of a second, just turn, look directly at you, and you blink, and they're just nibbling. And you can see a couple people just get away and like shooing them off. Hey, hey, that's my uncle! Hey, get off of him! Hey! And you can see the just shaking away the crows, and it gives you that uneasiness once more.
Do I see, like, once like the crazy man, like, or whatever, like, shoos him away, do I see if they're congregated in a group? If like what's that word for a group of crows? Murder. Do
A
I
murder.
see the murder flocking to an area? Do I see them take off and fly to a specific area? All of them together.
They are the murder of crows. I didn't know that. That's cool. The murder of
Yeah.
crows. You learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Is currently resting on the tavern roof,
On the
directly above
tavern
you,
roof?
looking downwards.
I'm gonna go inside.
Yep, and you go
I'll
back
just go
inside.
inside and just. Ugh.
Tiresias and Sylvina, how have you been doing? What's up?
Well, it would probably take a bit for Sylvina to come downstairs due to several emotions.
Yeah.
But when she does come down, when she is coming down the stairs, she is covering her mouth.
Okay.
And then joining them at the table.
I'm gonna sit like 1 seat away from Ashok. Like, I'm not gonna sit next to him, but I'm gonna sit 1 seat.
Sure.
Sylvina sits right next to him.
Sure.
Perfect. And then just I can't make the noise right now, but then just the rock against the metal of the shing shing as he's slowly just sharpening the sword.
And as you're sharpening it, you get a couple looks, and you see some people holding their ears, shaking nervously, look at you, and just start twitching.
It doesn't bother him.
Yep, it doesn't bother you. And Tiresias, where would you be at this time?
Be getting up and then heading over to the whatchamacallit. Yeah, the courtyard and all. You know what I mean. The place to
The
eat.
gap. Yeah. And you would make your way, and despite the sights you may or may not have viewed, what greets you is the fresh smell of a warm breakfast cooking. You can see people, some of your compatriots, some people get nervous and outrightly so, shaken. Some of your patriots gathering up together. The smell of fresh coffee being brewed. It's very deep, and even to you, Ashok, as you drink it, this is very strong. Like
Just the way he likes it.
abhorrently strong. Like the comparison of 12 shots of espresso plus coffee inside of it strong. It's very bitter. Perhaps you like it.
When you live, as long as he lived in the place that he lives, that's just perfect.
This is pretty good. This is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That'll keep you awake.
I'm gonna look at the other two that are coming down, and like I'm just like sitting basically at the bar, just kind of like intaking everything, and I see them. I'm like, morning.
Hello.
How did you guys sleep?
Sylvina
Ashok
waves
doesn't-
but says nothing.
Yeah, Ashok doesn't say anything, but he like glances over at Sylvina just with his eyes, and then like he gives that look of "I know exactly what you're trying to do, and good job for doing that."
I'm gonna look at Sylvina and saying, did you sleep well?
She will nod, but continue to hold her hand over her mouth.
I understand that morning breath is really stinky. I understand some you a really strong odor, but fine. There's stronger odors around us than your breath.
Ashok would notice her eyebrow twitch.
Yeah, Ashok says like that's quite the assumption.
Oh, am I assuming? So you don't have well. I hope Cat hasn't caught your tongue. But I hope you had a decent rest compared to round up.
Eventually, you can see a couple servants, people of working the tavern comes up around, making with their way, charting tables. Eventually, one comes up, a regular average person, round round face, very forgettable. He walks up to you. Can I get anything you this breakfast this morning? You have coffee. Can I interest you in anyone else? I haven't seen the two of you wake. Well, three now. Anything
Sylvina
to
will
eat?
gesture for coffee, but not audibly say anything.
Oh, so you'll
Just,
just
like,
like
point over
point.
to him.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, she's not trying to be rude about it, but like,
Oh, just
A
like a.
coffee. A coffee for you would be 5 copper. Anyone else? Can I get you anything?
Uh, Ashok also like is like, could you put a little bit of cream and sugar in hers as well? Knowing that she probably doesn't like it as strong as Ashok
no,
does.
she does not.
Cream and sugar. Was that okay, miss?
She nods.
Gotcha. Gotcha. The rest of you. You, miss. Hi, how are you?
Morning.
You looking a little shaken. Are you right?
It's how is this the demeanor of this?
He looks like he's an average guy. He's, if anything, you get the, I don't know how to describe it unless you work in food, but that compelled and forceful attitude. You know what I mean?
I know
Not-
exactly what you're talking about,
You,
Zarky.
Okay.
like
I
you
just
you
wanted-
only if you work in food you would understand.
Okay,
Mhm.
because I
You're,
was like,
you're
I
going
don't
through
know.
the notions. This is probably perhaps his first shift, his first couple tables, and he's getting at it. He seems
Okay,
rather.
because I didn't know if
you
he
know-
was just like I didn't know if he was giving off the vibe of like this happens every single night. So like, what do you want?
Oh
Like,
no, he is.
Okay,
No,
okay,
he
okay,
is.
okay.
Like he doesn't seem like
Unfazed. He's
phased
not
by it.
phased.
He's
But
completely.
he's still putting up a
uncapped.
front because he kind of has to.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Uh-huh.
you can see even though this perhaps is normal to him, just looking at him, you can see he's a little bit nervous of mainly the people around him because again, there's a couple skittish and shaking up people, but he's just trying to like, haha, oh my god, this guy is pissing himself over there. Hey, what can I get you for
Yeah,
breakfast
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah,
morning?
yeah. Can I? Is there? Can I take a quick look around and see if there's like any children that are inside this tavern or like kind of like a small congregation of family?
Give me a perception check. Sure. Sure, why not? 19. You eyeing through the sea of people, you just usher your way slowly,
Yeah, just like
looking. You happen to find a mother. She's very distressed and holding on to a rather not really formal looking man. He seems to be a working man, perhaps a potter or some sort of wood carpenter or some sort. She's like holding on to him, like, honey, we need to go. And you can see a small baby just she's cradling in one hand, and you can see there's a small kid, a small girl, roughly the age of like 4 or 5. She seems to be just shaken up, completely mute, and it's very unnerving to see a child, perhaps that age, very pale in the face, eyes sunken in completely, several rings brought down, and perpetuating this almost famine or starved look on her face. And her cheekbones are sunken completely in.
I'm gonna do that
I
thing.
don't think Maribel is going to be good. We need to go, honey. Yes, I need my coffee. You understand, woman. And you can see he's like,
I'm
where's
gonna
my coffee?
I'm
And
gonna
you can
pull a
see
bar. I'm gonna
there's
put the I'm
coffee.
gonna put the guy in just kind of like because we're at the bar just like, and I'm gonna cup my hand, and I'm gonna say
Ashok like stops this and sees what Yelena is about to do and what he thinks she's about to do, and then gives her a
"No."
look and then kind of grabs her hand and is like, "Don't. We can't save everyone.
I do.
Don't do that here."
Trying to save everyone just gets you lynched. It's like the second lesson.
I'll just have a small
Do what you wish.
a small pastry.
Pastry. Would you like a cake? Would you like something sort of
Just like
a cake, a pie,
you have like
a pastry?
you have croissants.
Oh, that's That's a bit too much for our here
Oh,
at this.
do you have
in-
like a pound, a slice of a pound cake? A muffin. There you go, muffin. Give me like a muffin.
We have muffins, but they're a bit stale. The best thing I could offer you is a slice of our lemon cake.
Let me get the lemon
It's
cake.
we made it yesterday.
Okay.
It's sweet. The lemons were freshly imported from the past, but sure.
Have a slice of cake.
That will cost you 5 silver, please.
Never mind. What do you
Never
have?
mi-
That's,
Sure.
what do you have that's cheap? Besides beverages. Do you have
Truth
do you
be
have a
told,
fruit? Do you
Nick.
have an apple?
We have fruit.
Can you give me a sliced apple, please?
Sure. Even.
I'll give you a copper for it.
Oh, miss fruit. And you can see a couple people are literally snacking on fruit. And don't worry about fruit. We get plenty produce, but certain things are a little bit more expensive. If you want fruit, then by all means.
I'll get a
I'll come
sliced
out
apple.
with some.
I'm gonna slice.
Yeah. And you just nod to says the rest of you, any of you other hungry, perhaps. I don't know what that priest is doing, but she should be coming around shortly, making her rounds. I think she's doing a little bit of inspections.
I'm gonna the minute the 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 barkeeper leaves. I'm gonna look at
This is
Ashok,
no waiter.
the waiter. I'm gonna look at Ashok and Tiresias. I'm gonna
He
speak
hasn't-
to Ashok. I'm gonna speak
He hasn't
to
left
you.
yet. Hold the thought though. Hold the thought. He hasn't left yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like as soon as he leaves, I'm saying.
Just wait. Just
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait till he fucking leaves.
Yep.
Gives me my apple.
Wait.
Looks, looks towards Ashok,
I'm fine. The coffee is good enough.
Sylvina.
She just nods to basically
She-
saying what I
Coffee will be good enough for her.
All right. Looks towards Tiresias. Tiresias, damn.
You have some bread?
Yeah, bread. You want a loaf or a few pieces?
Few pieces. I don't think I can eat a loaf.
A few pieces will set you back about the same size for coffee. 3 silver, not 3 silver, 3 copper.
Okay, here you go. Hands
You
over
said
the copper.
5 copper for coffee.
Oh, call him
Yeah,
out.
that makes sense.
Oh, bread. It's bread.
Look,
It's bread.
coffee is more.
It's fair.
Look, it's
Okay, you did say about. Never mind. Sorry,
Coffee's a
Zarky.
bit
Go
rare.
ahead.
Yeah, I understood what he was saying too. I know.
Coffee's a little bit more expensive.
That's
It's also
fair.
it's also extremely juiced up coffee than bread. And you can see he takes the 3. Again, I'm gonna mess up with currency. Again, I'll correct myself, but 3 copper. He takes it from you, Tiresias, and you can see he leaves and he starts to make his rounds amongst other tables. And the moment for conversation presents itself.
I'm
Boom.
just gonna look forward, and I'm speaking to Ashok, so he would know I'm speaking to him, and I'm speaking loudly enough for Tiresias to hear, and Sylvina because she's there. But I'm just still looking forward, and I say, how many bucks?
so. There are many babies, many childs. You're gonna go to each and every single one of them and hand them over your money and your food and personally make sure that they're fine until the rest of time?
No. Stand by.
You can. Unfortunately, in this world, you have to. Because sometimes you don't want the attention that will give
You know,
off.
little goes up.
Right. And a little goes a long way in getting noticed as well. I understand your sentiment to help people, but in this place, we are not in a safe place to do so. When we are in a safer place to do so, When we know we are not being watched by whatever forces are here, that would be a better time.
Can I feel if crows are watching me right now from the roof? Like, you know what I mean?
You would-
Like, do I feel like I'm being watched?
Sure. I'll humor you. Give me an insight check with disadvantage
Do I
because you
feel,
can't see
that's
them.
fine.
This is just
But
like a
do I
paranoia thing.
do I feel like I'm being watched? Yeah. This is straight up.
Paranoia check.
Yeah, how
Sure.
paranoia check?
Sure. Sure.
Oh, good. That's a good paranoia check.
You know, what's your passive?
Hold on.
Eh.
17.
Perception?
Passive
No, yeah.
perception?
Yeah, passive perception.
Yeah, 17.
You just look around. You're just like, what are the odds that these ravens are looking at me right now? You just like look around. You stare until you see one. You can see a small window, like perhaps where the thatchel of the roof is just like opens up, and a small little bit of a skylight bears down. You can see window, and you can just see like 3 of them, not looking necessarily at you, but at your group.
I only know how to say it in Spanish.
No, and it's very clear that it's just you. It's not anyone else. You can see there's multiple people going about you, around you.
God.
You can see several people coming in, workmen, perhaps part of the backbone of the infrastructure of this town, walking in, getting coffee, getting pastries,
But
making their rounds for the morning. But they're just at your table.
I just after he says I'm gonna look up and notice it, but do a quick look down. And I'm gonna say, we're being watched. Look up. To tell the group that, so that way the group can see.
Mhm.
Each one of you look up. There's nothing.
There's nothing.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, I don't think
There's
Ashok
nothing
does
there.
look up.
Yeah,
Okay,
Sylvina
if-
also doesn't.
Tiresias, do you look up?
Oh!
Really?
Oh, well then, nothing then.
There's
Just
nothing.
kinda-
They can't see crows. There's nothing. There's nothing.
You're always being watched. Elena, something that you're gonna have to learn at some point is that you're always being watched because you're different from a lot of other people. And no matter what intentions you put out, you will always be watched no matter what by people of all different kinds and creatures that we sometimes can't even comprehend. So it is important to remember that when you go about your business, even if it is with the best of intentions,
As he's talking,
sometimes it's just not worth it.
as he's talking to me, can I just kind of look up again to see if the crows are still? I see crows, right? I see crows.
I use ravens and crows interchangeably
sorry,
here.
sorry. I
But
see
like-
ravens.
but
I see
like-
ravens.
But like, the more you look at it, you can only see one lone feather that falls down.
Oh my god. Do they see it? Does my party see a feather fall from the sky?
No, they're not looking. They're not looking,
Oh, okay.
from what I've told. Also, Ashok, are you sharpening the sword or your sword? The sword or your sword?
My sword, not the sword.
I was gonna
In his
say-
mind, the sword doesn't need to be sharpened.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's true.
enchanted and magical, so it's done. It doesn't need anything. At this point.
Yeah.
It's more of his personal stuff that he knows will get wear and tear, and he just wants to upkeep it. Even though he hasn't pulled it out of the blade necessarily, he is just making sure that it is perfect to put it into practice, and also have a slight bit of he's not doing it less since they're out here more, but that kind of mental meditation of his own of practicing and just saying stuff to himself to remind himself of certain things.
Are you proficient in blacksmithing tools by any chance?
I could be. We just finished a long rest, so I could be.
It's up to you. This is this is a small thing. It's not major.
No, I wouldn't say he's proficient in it. I would say the only thing he would know how to do would just be to sharpen this. He doesn't have anything fancy for it. It's just a
Like a knife block. Like a knife block.
when he picked up the proficiency to pick up a specific type of rock to have to sharpen stuff. but that's it. It's like it's again not anything super fancy. It's just enough for more of the state of doing it rather than really.
Sure.
I mean, it is
mean,
for the sharpness, but not really.
Okay.
Taking care of his weapon.
Yeah,
Well,
it's more.
okay.
It's more.
It's a small thing. I it is. It's nothing abundantly mechanical. It's don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I-
cool.
Not abundantly, but there is parts to it.
Yeah, it was like it's just flavor is all. All
Yeah,
it
yeah,
really
yeah,
is.
yeah,
Flavor.
yeah.
Yeah. I look at Sylvina and I'll say, you're awfully quiet. Whatever for what I've just spoken. Can you still talk?
After a moment, she removes her hand from her face, and whatever it was she was hiding is no longer there.
So you're moving. Okay, so dear
And
lady,
she dims her eyes into a more serious face.
these are handkerchiefs.
Well, I am fine.
These are handkerchiefs, like bandanas that cover your mouth. So you don't have to keep your hand holding. Like
Well, that wasn't really for me in the first place.
It's the bad breath, isn't it?
No, it's best if you don't know.
None of my business anyway.
Not yet. You will find out in the future.
None of my business at the current moment. But I look at Ashok again. I do that basic like Ashok like Isn't
But what
this
he is saying is
isn't,
ultimately correct.
isn't there something we can Isn't there anything we can do to this city? At least like us we're not stupid in the sense if you throw a rock into the river, it creates a small ripple but expands. Is there anything that we can do? Should we even if it's not even if it's not that significant, but at least give us peace of mind that we've at least touched the city. There's a bandit camp north. That could help them for a temporary moment. I don't believe a creature of what the fisherman and the priest have described. I don't believe we have the capability to destroy it, but at least get rid of a smaller problem. It's better than feeding the whole city.
I was thinking about that last night. It would be something to do. Well, we don't have to be at the north as soon as possible. It should be something we should aim for to get there as quickly as we can, because they are facing quite a problem at the moment.
I look to the other two.
No, I have no not fucking speak. What a
You're
wonderful morning. I have no objections so long as we get something out of it.
Huh?
We can keep the loot. Or if, just looking at Yelena, if you particularly want to gift it, your cut of it can be gifted. As you see fit.
I mean, believe it or not everything in value, not everything in life is about you taking something and expecting for something in return. I don't expect for that family back there to give me anything. Having that peace of mind that but they're at least given something.
Oh, I didn't see the wisp.
And then I look at Tiresias. And then I look at Tiresias and I say, you don't. And like my hands, like my fingers, when she says it, my fingers just kind of like, I cut my hand like as if I'm performing the spell, but I'm like you know what I mean? I'm kind of like, I'm fiddling with my hands. But I am doing the semantic of like Goodberry. I'm not casting it, but I'm doing just the semantic of it. I'm just kind of like rubbing my hands.
Sure. There's no real looks, but I will say as you're doing this, the couple and their children, one, she's hasted the like pulled along, and the baby just starts whining as they start moving, and the family slowly makes their way out. But now, more present than ever, you can hear that presence of a loud bell. Dong, 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 and it's loud and it's ringing, and you can see some of the shaking and nervous people are like frantically holding themselves and reacting somewhat violently to this, as some people just scramble up to the door, book it out with a whirlwind sprint, and some people just slowly take eyes glancing over towards the windows. You can see a town crier. Bring out your dead! The mayor has a meeting soon! Bring out your dead! The mayor has a meeting soon!
Bring out your dead. I need proficiency in stealth.
Not dead. What? Not dead. Okay, sorry.
You can see some guy. It's an older gentleman of sorts, very like pale in the face, kind of sickly green almost going on. He's just ringing the bell.
Oh, we kill bandits? A party?
Yep, I'm okay with killing bandits, and honestly, I have no clue what's going on with this place. What type of town meeting requires specifically the dead?
Well, I think that's more of a collection of bodies rather than the town meeting, precisely. But we should go see that, to be fair. As well as, if you're spouting all of this about trying to save just about everyone, why aren't you trying to say the same thing for the bandits? Everyone has to eat, right? I'm not even using the right accent. Whatever.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the party?
Yes, she is talking directly to you.
That people aren't born good. People aren't born bad. Conditions that they decide if they're a good person or not.
They're all choices in desperation, are they not?
Very true, but you don't see that.
Because some people stick to their morals.
And some are too weak to do it, to lose them in the first place.
We will just see how long your morals stand. Sylvina smiles.
Better than yours, and I get up from the table and I begin to walk.
That's an assumption, but we could go and see what's going on up there. That would be a good idea. I am curious.
And as all of you perhaps get up, or before you get up, you can see your waiter comes in like, your drinks, ma'am, and your bread. I even got you a little bit of butter, sir. And you just go.
Thank you. As he goes ahead
Pan con mantequilla.
And he gives you like your food, and you can see
My apple.
Selena, your apple, and so your coffee is significantly a lot more brown rather than just a pitch black coffee. And it's still a little bit bitter, truth be told, but it, from what you can see visibly and what you might assume from Ashtox, it's a hell of a lot better.
There you go.
Eventually, a little bit of time passes where you to enjoy your meals, perhaps your drinks, and all of you make your way out. But as you are perhaps sitting there, making more conversation, bodies of those boarded up rooms are being carried out, and again, there's that mortified look of fear on their faces, and some of them are
Give me a second.
perhaps familiar, and perhaps some like the people you've seen last night, and they're slowly being
Okay.
ushered out. When you are finally done consuming your meal, give me 1 second. Let me
Out of
check.
curiosity, what do the bodies look like?
They are frozen. You can see an look of terror upon their face, frozen and almost cemented on their face. You can see the faintest like presence of like the pink around their eyelids. You can see as if they've been visibly crying a lot, but you can see it's their eyes very baggy and sunken in. You can see the formations of like perhaps blood or something else, some other crimson outlining the bottoms of their eyes, and their mouths and tongues cut out, or not like your tongue cut out. But you can see these people, each one being hurried out, perhaps on a stretcher, or some other people of the town taking it upon themselves and being good Samaritans just usher them out. Now, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Let me scroll up.
Let's see. Might actually be a good idea to talk to the mayor and be like, "Hey, we're gonna go at least talk to the bandits. Do you have any information on that?" That's out of game talk, not in game
Yeah.
talk.
I was so ready
Okay.
Though, last question. Would I be able to tell if this was caused just purely by shock, or was there some other kind of
Give me
something?
medicine check.
Okay. I have proficiency in that one. I didn't roll that in public, but that's a 10.
I mean, I
You can see it.
Zarky can see it, and that's the important part.
Yeah.
I'm rolling like that for a whole different reason.
So you can't make out much. Their faces are a little bit distorted in ways that may suggest it's natural, but the only thing you can come up with is some element of this is self-inflicted. And you look more towards the tongue area, it looks like it as if in like connecting the bottom part of the tongue, the little, I don't know how to describe it other than the little strand, the
Like
the
it looks
long
like it was
connective
bit off.
tissue. It looks not if it was bit off, but completely cut off with either a straight edge, a dagger, or some other blade, and just self-inflicted.
Do these
That-
people look like they would have that kind of stuff?
All of them access to this, and the rest, yeah, you could have access to perhaps a knife, a dagger. All of these people seem to be mercenary people, from what you can tell. And you
Mm.
can see some of their equipment and weapons are being carried out with them, and you can see perhaps with your passive perception, you can look around and see perhaps a little bit of blood on some weapon of theirs, or perhaps a glove, the weapon, just little inklets and driplets. But that's the only thing you can really determine from them in this stage.
Okay. My questions have been answered.
Cool, cool, cool. And as you all make your way, perhaps meandering way through the town square, again, there's these dilapidated and essentially boarded up windows. There's this lingering fog that's surmassing everywhere. And you can see that several people, in fact, from several buildings are pulling out corpses, pulling out freshly killed bodies, each one with this rigor mortis, or not rigor mortis, but this frozen and look of terror on their faces. And you can see some people are picking up the long fallen corpses of those perhaps in the cemetery or some graveyard. Somebody amongst them, still fresh, very fresh, similar to those that are just being carried out by the houses. Each one being stacked up on a large corpse wagon. And you can see it's being drawn by an older man and slowly make their way throughout this paved area until eventually it's this dirt mud path, and you can see there's a dip where their wagon gets stuck, And you can see a couple corpses fall off, and you can see a couple townspeople coming in and lifting them back. But as you meander your way through the town square, you can see a large crowd has gathered on this makeshift pedestal. You can see the priest is in the audience, but ultimately she seems to be overwhelmed by the sensation of people, desperate pleas, asking for help, very deliberate looks of concern and worry. But as you approach and you make your way through this towards this crowd, you hear the sermon of a man. You can tell from his dress, he seems to be rather up forward. Seems to be of a higher class, very well polished face, very well sharp features. He's roughly tall, somewhat, like standing around like 5'6". Well, not 5'6", 5'9" ish. He's sharp, mediocre face, very long and braided mutton chops beard. And he starts to begin to speak. My fellow townspeople, I know that many of you are afraid. The monster in the river that plagues our town, the bandits that prey on our citizens, these are all serious threats that cannot be ignored. But let me be clear. We will not give in to fear. We will not abandon our town, our homes, our families. We will stand together strong and face these challenges head on.
Insight
To
to
those
see
of you,
if he's putting up a
Right,
front.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. To those of you who have lost loved ones to the bandits, I offer my deepest condolences. We will do everything in our power to bring these criminals to justice and make sure that no more innocent lives are lost. To those of you who have been afflicted by the curse, we know that and we are doing everything we can to find a way to break it. We have sought out the experts, and you can see this priest here, and we will not rest until the curse is lifted. And to those of you who fear the monster, I understand your concerns, but let me assure you, we have hired the best fishermen and hunters in the land to this threat. We will not rest until this beast is vanquished. So I urge all of you, do not give in to fear. Do not abandon your homes and your fellow citizens. Stand strong with me, and we will overcome these challenges together. Thank you. And you can see he gives this warm smile at the end, and immediately after he leave, and he's like, no, you fucking bastard! What about it? You've said months ago. And you can see there is an egregious and aggressive outroar towards him, and you can see he's almost swarmed. And now you can give me that insight check.
I want to see if he's
Sylvina-
putting up a-
Sylvina just narrowed her eyes at him.
Actually, real
Ah,
fast,
one of
what
those
are you
times.
trying to insight? What are
I
you
want to
trying
see. I
insight?
want to see if he actually like gives a like to see if he's actually like giving a shit in the sense of like what he's saying is true. This is before me wanting. This is before me knowing like people rioting, right? I want to see if he actually was like giving a shit about the town, or is he just saying the same rehearsed thing over and over again because he knows this is what gives him power, but on deep down he's like scared as shit. But this is all he can give to them.
Sure. So if this is like genuinely a response, cool. Gotcha. Give me an insight check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Cool.
Nice.
His words seem to have fallen deaf upon his fellow citizens, or perhaps townsfolk, and perhaps they tire of them. But you know that the words he speaks are true. He means the things that he says, but it is rehearsed. You can tell even looking at him. Perhaps there's a nervous sweating, and you can see perhaps he's trying to give up this overwhelming presence and trying to engulf the several people around him. He is terrified by the people around him. You can see occasionally he looks down and looking to like view the faces of the people he's talking to. He's terrified by the crowd. You can tell he's simply fears for his own life, not just in the moment perhaps around him, but these people. He is incredibly uncomfortable with the whole circumstances he's in. And immediately afterwards, as you just look around and gaze after the speech, you can see the swarm of people immediately try to swarm at him, but you can see a couple well-placed people in this crowd, perhaps militiamen or guardsmen, not in like weaponized or any clothes. They just push them back. As you can see, he slowly makes his way out, and you can see a couple of people from the crowd walk over to him, and you can see they form this small little circle around him,
Mhm.
and they usher him out away. And you can see now this small stage, people are actively destroying it, vandalizing or whatever this small platform was. And you can see some people are starting to disperse, chasing after him actively, fist and tooth, shouting out horrendous swears and violent things towards them. And you can see others are now slowly dispersing and going back to their, what you can assume to be their normal day activities.
Not very left. Miss, I call it to like a random person in the crowd.
You can see there's a lot of people moving about, and there's perhaps several misses, and they're just like,
I'll call to the
Walking
first
around.
one that I see. I'm like, Miss, do tell.
and she about like she like reels back and I was like,
Oh, you gonna punch
She
me?
reels back
oh,
at
you
you.
gonna punch me? Oh, I do the
and she's
same
like,
thing.
fuck off,
Ah!
and she just walks away.
I punch her in the face.
Do you want to?
I'm gonna punch her in the face. How dare she? Do I have to roll?
Sylvina's gonna look to Ashok
please.
and then begin walking in the direction of the person that was just doing that meeting. Obviously, just going around the crowd.
Ashok will go for a little bit, but then he'll like, just because he has that, like he'll keep an eye on Yelena as he keeps going forward, just to make sure nothing stupid happens.
I don't know why.
You want
Do you
to
act-
die, don't you, Elena?
I was trying to talk to this
You won't-
lady and be like, "Excuse me, ma'am," but she said, "Fuck off." So I'm like, "Excuse me, nobody
Yeah, that's-
fucks off you
That's the
later."
world.
What I roll?
Do you want to punch her?
Yes.
1d20 plus your strength and add your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, just walk away fully.
My strength is not that good. Plus
Better have a wake up call. That's fine.
proficiency and strength.
Yeah, you hit her. What's your strength score?
1. Oh, like the actual thingy?
Yeah, like
1.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
12?
No, like the plus. Like, is it a plus
The
one?
modifier.
Oh, plus 1. Plus
Modifier
1.
them. So you just hit her in the face, and she just reels back. She looks at you.
And I say, "I was talking to you."
She looks you dead in your face. And she blows, and you can see the crowd that once were dispersing slowly circles in around you. We got one here who doesn't know how to mind her manners.
Oh, I'm so
You!
ready to kill.
Golden boys, show her her place. And you can see a couple of young men pull up with chains and now perhaps pitchforks ready to rebuke violence on whoever this person was. Now has their direction and pointed towards you, and you can see those with chains start swinging in them. Those with knives and daggers slowly pointing them out to you. Like, hey, sweetheart, you're not from here, are you? You hear the good old Miss Maribel over there?
Oh, Maribel.
She's a good lady. And I'd reckon that she feeds all of us nice. And I'd go to war with any bloke, but we make no exceptions to whether you're male. You hit Maribel, you fuck with all of us. And you can see 5 guys just present themselves,
fine.
each one armed. Now, tell her you're sorry, and give her proof that how sorry you are, and we won't have to hurt you. Or take your piss ass from where you came, and you better leave there now. As you can see, the small crowd is slowly forming around you. Everyone else who
Ashok-
said they were leaving,
Yeah,
you start dispersing your way out.
yeah. Ashok is like looking at Yelena, his arms across, and just waiting to see what she does.
Let's see what's happening.
You know,
I knew,
like a
like,
parent would, like when a child
Yeah,
gets
I
into
knew.
a situation and they're like, this is gonna be interesting.
I need to look at my spell.
Sylvina keeps walking. She got herself into this. She can get herself out.
Yep.
Mhm.
You keep walking. Tiresias, I'm assuming you're walking away from this. Like,
Yeah, I am basically going. I don't know this person.
I'm gonna be honest. There's so many people that there's no need to like make any like check. You just walk out.
We
So
really did just see an entire mob about to attack, so we went like, yes, this is the perfect time to assault a random villager.
All of these are
Of a place
fucking
I'm not from.
semantic.
So, pretty lady, you're gonna apologize.
I
You're
really
gonna give her some token. Oh, boo hoo with your pony tears. You're gonna apologize, and you're gonna show her how sorry you are. What'll it be?
Do I see where my party like went off to?
Yeah, they're leaving you.
No, but do I know which
Except-
direction?
Yeah, you see what direction they're going, and you can see there's the same mob that was in this group is chasing after whoever that person was. Same sort of swarm, same angry people, just sort of like chasing after them.
Is she in like peasant clothes?
Oh, what the person you just hit? You could assume she was some sort of seamstress of sorts. She has some like quill, not quill, but
Oh
a
no!
pin and
I punched the
thread
lady
all
who
around
makes
her.
my dress. Boo hoo hoo. I just since I have a ponytail, I'm just going to tighten my ponytail a little bit. I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna, ooh, like, just, sorry. I walk off.
Give me. Ooh, you don't walk off. You don't walk off. Trust me.
Well, I say sorry. It's just.
Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I'm just gonna point this out.
This feels like a deception check. I'm gonna be honest.
This is. This is.
Can I guidance myself? I can't guidance myself.
Do you want to cast in front of people?
That's okay. That's what I figured.
In front of a massive crowd.
Disadvantage
That
persuasion.
actively wants to kill you at the moment, by the way. By the way, I'm just pointing this out. If you wanted this character to live long, you're doing everything wrong.
Ooh, and she
Just
just looks and she looks over towards the group of boys, the gentleman that seems. She doesn't seem to know how we do things around here. And honestly, I'm in no good mood, especially after last night. Boys, I would normally call you off, but do whatever you wish with her. And you can see the seamstress. She walks away. With pleasure, yes, ma'am.
All right, buddy. Let's do this.
Now, sweetheart, what's your name? You have such a gorgeous face. And you're an elf.
Okay, when Ashok hears that, he starts to walk forward because that does not sound good.
That's not nice. That's not nice. That's racist.
It'd be a shame that you get your clothes dirty and all sorts. So here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna either pay us with money, pay us with food, or pay us some other way. The choice is yours. And you can see he's suggesting towards his lower extremities.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
We haven't gotten many elves around here. Not those who stick around that long. Keep in mind, you are in a. To describe this, the setting is, even though like PHB races are common, the continent as a whole is predominantly human, for the most part. Like.
Ooh, so I'm the odd man out.
Yeah, all of you are technically, except Tiresias and
right.
I look human.
You look human.
I look
Yeah,
human.
and then Ashok sticks out like a sore thumb even more than Yelena.
Yeah, at least for Ashok, he looks like he will punch you in the face.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a very strong benefit that cannot be understated.
I look at them
Then
and
the guy who doesn't look like he can actually defend himself actively chooses to look more normal.
I tie my ponytail a little bit tighter. And I'm gonna say, gentlemen, we don't need catfight. Nor is it proper for you to hurt a lady that can actually cook and make food for you. So I will wager this in order to save your selves. If I find any food, you can have it. Unless you want coin, then I'll look for it. Because I may look like I have money, but I actually don't.
Let me check something.
Okay.
I need to check something.
Read backstory real quick.
Ah, yes. Based on the description, based on the description of what you're wearing.
Yeah, I'm wearing a dress. I'm wearing.
I mean, I remember session 0 and session 1.
I'm wearing a
fancy
I'm
dress.
wearing a beautiful dress.
With what looks like
sparkles.
gems on them.
I look.
Give
I'm
me a
sparkle.
persuasion check with disadvantage again.
Oh my god! Please don't fucking.
You look like a noble.
This
You
is
look
the
like a
pro
noble,
and
you act like a noble, you
You
talk
smell
like one.
like a noble.
Oh my god!
Probably.
That's 16.
So
but
you
it's
don't-
not a natural one though.
So you
Oh.
let me get this straight. You come in here, you talk about to punch a woman when you clearly you don't know this miss, but Miss Maribel, she's the heart and soul. She keeps people like me and my friends over here from becoming like the people in the woods. So truth be told, you have nothing that grounds in what you just said. And quite honestly, ma'am, she looks you down. This cat fight, I'd rather not do it here. I'd rather do it in the sheets, personally.
Oh,
So I will
God.
offer you this choice
Oh,
once again.
God, let's go.
Food, gold, or the cat fight. And I will have it here or now. And you can see at this point, there is now 5 people. And you can see a crowd slowly
not
forming
touching.
around.
He is not touching
And-
me. My little Yelena's
We
a
better
virgin.
offer money.
A little...
Fuck's sake. He's literally
Yeah.
giving you
You're
another
not
option.
here! Go away!
Yelena, you hear in your head just a bunch of echoes for a moment. As you don't know exactly where it's coming from, but as soon as he talks, you know
It's from the
exactly who
ravens.
it's coming from.
Okay.
You
okay,
hear
okay.
shadows, you hear little whispers here and there as he talks, as it echoes and vibrates in your head. Pay him and let's go.
I flip him a silver and I walk. Or if I'm allowed to walk off.
He looks at the coin.
Like I do that flick where like it's
Yeah,
like it's
yeah,
not
he
it's
look-
not a rude flick, but it's like a catch.
Yeah. And he looks at it, he bites it. Real silver. Tell me, ma'am, you're an outsider. Are you from south of here, by chance? North or south?
I'll pay you another silver to leave me alone.
I think you better answer my question.
Oh no, now he's asking for too much, Zarky. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say,
North or south?
what do you want?
It's an easy question.
North.
It's an easy question.
North.
North? Another for the trouble. Yo, people haven't given a shit. You were supposed to send supplies weeks ago. You can
Oh.
do us better.
Why are you accusing me over somebody who has no
You're
power?
from the north, yeah? You're from the north, like you said, right? Another silver. Another silver.
I flip him a silver.
Thank you,
I walk off.
wench. You-
What did he call me? What did he call me? What did he call
Almost
me? He
done.
called me a bitch? He called me a bitch? He called me a bitch?
He called you.
He called me a
He
bitch?
called you a wench.
Okay,
He called you a
fine,
wench.
Fine. Fine. I accept.
So essentially,
I
yes.
accept. I accept.
In medieval terms, essentially that.
It's essentially
Medieval
a bitch.
terms, it's essentially that.
Can I see where he walks off?
You want to die, holy
Can I see?
fuck.
Can I see where he? Can I see where his group
Sure.
of friends walk?
You can see they slowly meander their way someplace into a town, to another sort of, another small building. From what you can see here, you can hear laughter and merriment. You can see a very, let's just say, other members of that. They are not so as cordial as the person who spoke up. They give you all sorts of gross remarks. Let's just say catcalling gone wrong.
Oh god.
Perhaps they show their bare bottom ass cheeks. Perhaps they make notions towards their genitalia. But these
Oh, that's
shriveled up
gross.
and gray men,
Ugh.
these grizzled old people, just make their way to from what you can tell, another tavern of sorts, or some other local establishment.
It's like prison. I love it. I love
And then you
whack coming into D&D.
And you can see a lot of people look around, they look at you, they give you dismaying looks,
I'll
and the crowd that was around you just disperses.
I'll walk towards where I saw the direction of Sylvina.
Ashok, who's standing there with his arms crossed, watching.
Dad's very disappointed in how
My
you
dad
saw
is
kiddo.
mad. Oh, boo-hoo, the kid's gotta grow up. Can I reply back to that? Did you message me basically? Can I reply back? Can I reply?
Nope.
Damn
According
it.
to what it says, you can't.
Damn.
This is just a
I mean,
one-way thing.
It's a
you.
one-way thing.
I'll leave it up to Zarky because I feel
This
it's
is-
kind of
nope.
dumb that you can't. But if
Nope.
it says
This is the first time doing it, so maybe in the future, but not now. This is the first time.
Okay.
Maybe in the future. I'll
I
keep
just
that
go
in mind.
like this.
I'll
and
keep that in mind.
just like
Since I
this.
left with Ashok, I'm just standing there and just like, so do we stop her from making this worse, or do we let her keep digging?
Just let her be. If she causes her own problems and gets herself killed, that is her. Ugh, I'm slowly
You
shifting into
left,
the
bro.
accent.
You left. You ain't here.
Yeah,
you
I
left.
know. It is me, and he's talking to me.
Oh.
Tiresias is
This is-
talking to me.
this-
I
We're
heard
cutting
Ashok.
over to the other people, and everyone else
You're
walking away.
50 or so
Yeah.
feet to the left, just
No.
staring. Why?
You guys are slowly walking away over towards wherever the building. To my
Yeah.
other
I
people,
punched
this is their
somebody.
conversation. So, let's resume.
I would just say to let her be. If she causes her own problems, then she should have to solve them, yes? Clearly the rich girl isn't at home and she's not getting coddling from anyone anymore.
Fair. Really to hope she doesn't do something silly, like, for example, kill at least a good chunk of them using magic that's going to be very clearly druidic and thus make us think druids will no longer be able to enter this area. That would be quite bad, I do believe.
Well, that and she would only get herself killed.
Yeah, it's an entire town. She's gonna run out of magic eventually.
Yes, and though she also could get taken captive in order to boost their crops.
Trust me, you kill 10 people in a town, they don't care what you can do for them.
You would be surprised.
And the-
Eh, not peasants. They have more worries than keeping a prisoner alive for their usefulness.
And
The
the two of
smart
you,
ones would make note of it.
It's the vengeful ones that make it not happen.
I suppose you're not wrong about that.
okay. The two of you, as you keep walking, you see this crowd eventually is held back some more until eventually you see this man run into a building, and you can see a couple now fully armed and militarized guards stationed outside, push them back, and you can see the crowd swarm and hit this wall, and you can see the guardsmen actively pushing them back, and you can see a couple people escaping through and every now and then, but you can see an arrow drawn from the building is shot, and people are now being shot down as they actively try to scale this building. What you see in front of you sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the squalid livings of this place all around you. You see a grand two-story structure that is made of a mix of stone and wood. The building has a sloped roof with several chimneys poking out of it, and the front of the building is dominated by a large that now is surrounded by guardsmen, and you can see it's flanked by two large windows. And above the door, there's a small balcony with railing, with all sorts of inscriptions, and which perhaps turns and looks to oversee the like the town square, and you can see a couple guardsmen posted arrows stationed up and now taking active shots at the crowd as they try to go inside. On either side of the building, there's like smaller buildings that you can assume have some purpose, but this seems to be the most largest and most imposing buildings that you can see within this town. And eventually, you two, Ashok and Yelena, you eventually catch up as you can see this armada of people roughly 30 feet in front of you.
Well, it seems you didn't get yourself killed. Good job.
I don't say anything to her. I ignore
How did
her.
you do it?
I ignore
Or
them.
did he just walk away?
I ignore them.
Sure, you ignore them.
Ashok doesn't say anything about it because he doesn't need to.
Well, Captain, I take it you didn't intervene.
She did what she needed to do.
Well, let's hope it was a learning opportunity. Also, I don't think we're getting in anytime soon, so we'll probably have to wait for a little while.
Yeah. Is this where the man entered?
Indeed. To be fair, Captain, we look around this place. This is the only building that stands out. I think you know the answer to that question.
Is there a guard that like looks like he has like higher authority over the others? Like is he wearing anything that's kind of like from higher class?
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
I'm swapping the music a little bit.
I have a question. Do these look like trained soldiers, or do these look more like an organized militia?
What's your background again?
Soldier.
Soldier. Truth be told, what this is we gave a bunch of people we trust off the street some weapons, and they don't know how to use them. Some of them, props, have received formal treating, but the most of them haven't, as these people are getting toppled over by the crowd, and those with some training and skill are barely able to hold them back.
Okay.
That laugh was in character, by the way. I have no idea if my mic picked it up.
Oh, I got it. We got it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's there.
Give me one section. Let me see if I can find the image of this place. And tell me what you got for perception while I'm looking for this image.
17.
17! That's more than enough. Of the guardsmen that you can see that are currently holding these people back, your eyes kind of get lost in the sea of people.
Mhm.
But you being perceptive enough, you can see a few guardsmen stationed in the balcony up above. You can see each one seems to have some flag or insignia on top of them, and they're currently with their bows drawn. You can see two of them equipped with longbows of sorts, and you can see a guardsman walk up with this sort of insignia on him. And he says, "Archers! At the ready! Draw!
He's shooting at the people?
And release!" And you can see, and you can see as these people actively are trying to make their way in and attempts to halt their assault on this keep of sorts, they're actively shooting into the crowd.
No, that's horrible. So the guard's in like a guard. He's like in a security tower basically. So I can't like.
He's in a balcony. He's in a balcony on the second floor, and he's ordering the two guardsmen next to him to shoot into the crowd. And you can see the same family from before are in this crowd making their way. You can see the husband. "You fucks! I have a wife and 2 kids. How are we supposed to live in this world if..."
No way! No way! No way!
You get
Can I?
shot
Can
by
I?
an arrow.
Can I? I'm gonna run to that guy. I'm gonna run to that. He's like next to me, right? Is he next to me?
He's not you again. You are
He's like,
30
oh.
feet out. You are onlookers watching the scene in front of you, and you can see this man who you've seen previously in this inn. He's frankly demanding his rights, fair treatment, or at least some assistance. You
Is this-
immediately impaled to the neck, and you can see he bleeds on the, and he holds where the arrows in his neck.
Oh my
Fisherman
god.
might be a better.
No. I go to like the random guard that's like in front of me. I see like just a random regular ass guard. And I
There is no guards in front of you. There is
they're
all
just all on the
actively
balcony.
No, not on the balcony. Some are. See, the thing is,
Okay.
on the bottom floor where there's the large window, right?
Okay.
There is a perimeter around the building, and they're being
Oh.
pushed and squished by the building. The only people you can see are the three up on the
on
balcony.
the balcony. Oh
let me
my
see.
god. That's not fair. Making them a bastard.
And you can see up above now actively. You can see the beginnings of fire being lit, and you can see bottles of perhaps alcohol or some other device
Are they gonna
slowly
like?
being lit.
This isn't.
Are
This
they?
isn't. This isn't
You've
like.
heard-
No.
you heard of it.
Oh my.
No, hear me out, hear me out. Don't disrupt me on this. By order of Mayor Harlow, you will stop this unlawful protest immediately, or we will be forced to use extreme measures. And you see the wife. I'll just say this: you've taken interest to this family. You can see you can see the wife or the woman just now cradling this man in her
Oh my
arms. The baby actively now crying. The kid is currently standing over, looking over her, perhaps you assume to be dead father, and straight-faced eyes just unreactive, not even crying, just staring, taking in the moment. And you can just see this constant display of brutality happening. And I will leave it up to this. Each one of you could potentially do one thing that stops the guardsmen from what you all can assume what they do next. The three people on the balcony. And I will go down the list as following. Actually, I'll give everyone 5 minutes to take in this, because there's a lot happening. But
Okay.
as what you can
So-
assume, I'll let you guys talk this out. So
Listen, I'm gonna say this. It's more of a option for them three.
sure.
As
Sure.
much as I hate to say that,
I'm gonna pull.
Hey,
out-
man,
I
there's
swear.
a reason for it, and it's not because she
give me a
doesn't want to get in there and help.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
I might pull a
To be
Lizzie.
fair to you
I
guys,
swear to God.
I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes out of game, and this is perhaps the cinematic slowdown, stop motion bullshit that happens before whatever for you guys to make up your characters' minds in character to know how they're gonna react in this situation. I'll give you guys like 5 minutes out of game, and then we'll cut back into it. That sound fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I want you guys to just approach this tactically, because a lot can happen here. A lot can happen.
So
Okay.
I'll say this much. I'll just put in mind because I'm going to stay silent afterward. Sylvina won't do anything unless Ashok tells her to.
Fair enough.
There's a reason for that, and you know why.
Set a
timer
for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, starting now.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
fuck me.
Zarky, as we're surveying this area, does it look like they're covering the whole building on all four sides?
Give me a quick perception check. Actually, I'll take your passive for this, because this is happening too much for checks. What's your passive?
14.
14. Based on the looks of the guardsmen and I'll just say this as a soldier, you're more hell-bent that their weakness, they can't have this entire thing covered. There is a back to this building, but you're not quite sure if it's as covered. You know, on the sides and as well as the front,
Mm-hmm.
the front primarily is covered with guardsmen, but in terms of the back, you don't know.
Okay.
But you would assume, based on this, in terms of like any sort of evacuation protocol in the event that they come in, that there is some exit.
Right. Okay. So what are they? What's the vibe of what they're saying? Not like what are they individually saying, but are they? It sounds like they are mad at the person who's leading this? Is it for a particular reason, or is it just, does it sound like a mix of different reasons?
A mixture of different reasons. A lot of it is like false promises. They believe that you've said this for too long. You said that you were gonna do this. You said
I could lie.
none of it happened. We're tired of you. You've been like, essentially, they're, from what the gist of it, what you can hear is they're tired of waiting. They're saying they're actively dying and they need help, and they're gonna either take it by force or they're just gonna do something else. Because you can see people are actively dying. And let me shrink down the image, but this is roughly the estate that these people are trying to
No, you shrunk it down too much.
pillage.
Oh, okay.
So hold on, give me a second.
Okay. So right now the situation is there's 3 guards. There's
Three
3 guards
guards
on a
outside,
balcony
out this balcony,
and pushing
out this
people
balcony
back.
right here. And you can see there's guardsmen out front.
up front.
Right?
Okay.
They're out front. They're
Okay.
pushing people back from reaching that door. See where that door is? They're
Yes.
keeping
Yeah.
people from reaching that door.
Okay.
Wait, where are you showing this?
On roll.
In
20.
on roll
Roll
20.
20.
Oh, roll 20. Yeah.
Does it?
And from very from very obviously, I would assume that all of you would pick up. This is the mayor's estate.
Right.
Right. Like, we could also talk to the fisherman, because this is still out of game. We could also talk to the fisherman about bandit stuff and maybe get some
Right.
information from him instead
But
of
they're-
going here.
But they're actively shooting people. They're actively
Mhm.
killing people.
At
Right.
this point in this slow motion period, you can see that there is at least 6 corpses piled up. One that you recognize, but
Right.
5 others lost
Oh
and
my
currently being
God.
stumbled over.
They're
People like actively holding their wounds, but slowly dying out.
Does it even look like I even have a chance if I were to just like pull my hands out and like try to like look at this guard and like try to gain access? It doesn't look like it. That man's like
I don't know. It's currently his pressure is dealing with the people in front of him.
because if I
You can tell he's
okay
like, you're in front of him, you stick out, but ultimately there's more pressing people. There's an abundance of numbers
right.
here to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, I
okay.
look like a
How
noble.
many
I could
people
lie and
are-
say that I am a noble and I want to speak to the mayor.
How many people are
I would
roughly
get you
here?
There is
Yeah,
currently a total of 30 people in this
Yeah.
audience.
Oh my god, they're gonna
That's-
like kill the mom and the child. How far is this family from
Yeah,
me,
that-
Zorky?
The family is currently 30 feet. They're in the center of the crowd. They're like right there.
Oh my god, I can't have them to get like killed. Oh my god.
Alexa,
that timer's
How much
gonna
time
go
is
off.
left?
That timer's
You
gonna
have
go
30
off.
seconds left on your
30
5-minute timer.
There's
30 seconds, guys.
I'm probably gonna just protect this family.
Sure.
We should go.
I'm gonna try to like pull this.
This
thing.
isn't our business, and this is something that they need to deal with.
Oh my
As
God.
much.
But they're actively
can-
killing people.
Hey, quick question.
Quick question.
Mhm.
I got quick answer.
Are all the guards within 20 feet of each other?
No, this is a bigger building. It's perhaps spread it out, but let's just say this. Of the people you see in front of you, Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Okay, I'm gonna give you, like, after answering his question, I'll 30 seconds to take any more questions, then we're making actions. We're making choices, baby. Cool. Within 30 feet of each other. In total, you could, within 30 feet, if you were to center any sort of doing, but in total, 30 feet, there is the 3 guards above, there is the 5 that is guarding the door, and that is it. That's a total of 8 guards within 30 feet, or within 20 feet of each other. The rest are so busy scattered around the edges of the town, or the building, trying to protect the windows, that this is it. Anyone else?
I can cast sleep and walk away.
Keep in mind, if you cast sleep, you will hit the people of the crowd as well.
Win some, lose some.
I know what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna try to like usher this family and their husband away. That's what I'm gonna do.
Cool.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna usher them away and like try to like protect them, and if I like get hit, that's fine. I want to be a bodyguard for them.
Okay.
I would like to
I'm gonna do
specify
that.
I never actually went
Oh,
dived
James.
into the
My
thick of the crowd because
God.
that's not
I
my scene.
always
I know.
end up
This is
being
this is
Elizabeth.
current. I stationed everyone for the sake of this like encounter,
Mhm.
and this is a combative encounter. You are 30 feet away from the crowd, 30 feet, and I will say this. Give me a second. I'm responding to a whisper. Okay, I'm gonna go in the order of the roll
Congrats, up.
20. I'm going in the order of the roll 20. Tiresias, seeing this overwhelming number of people, you see the guardsmen currently holding what you would assume to be flaming projectiles. You can see the beginnings of Molotovs or other sort of deterrents that they have in their arsenal. We're slowly reeling them back, and you can see some archers, the two archers, currently have their arrows tipped in the ground, and you can see some guardsmen actively tossing in wine or other sorts of alcohol into the ground. And with two flame tip arrows, you see these couple guardsmen with the bowls look not towards the actual people anymore, but towards the alcohol, and they point. Archers!
Okay.
Ready! Tiresias.
Oh my God, oh my
At
God, oh
that,
my God.
he's going, okay. Sometimes you need to water the tree with the blood of tyrants, and proceeds to, as quietly as possible, because I have no meta magic to actually make it silent, cast sleep centered on where most of the guards are, in this, in front of the door. Some dudes are gonna get knocked out, but it's better than them burning alive in his book.
Are you sure you want to do this? This is a DM. I just gotta ask. This is my patented way just to ask you this to make sure you are sure of your choice. Are you sure you want to do this?
They're about to burn. They're about to attempt to burn 30 people alive. I'm pretty solid on my moral decision here. So yeah,
Okay,
he's gonna
you're.
cast this and immediately walk away.
I'll hold you. This is cinematic, so you've locked in. You're gonna cast sleep and centering it on these people. Cool. Gotcha. Yelena, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go to where the family is, and I'm gonna help the dying father, or like the dead father, I don't know, and I'm gonna usher the family away in a safe place, so that way if they were to shoot, right, I want to take most of the hit instead of them. Like, I don't want them to get hit. I want to get hit.
I would say as you begin your attempts to walk over and you make it in the sake of the cinematic slow down motion stuff, you are there and you can smell very pertinent alcohol. And you can see as you even walk in, your shoes and everything you're wearing underneath you is soaking. It went from like they're dumping in barrels and barrels and barrels and barrels and barrels of alcohol. I want you to imagine a quart, not even a quarter, an inch thick up to your feet, covered in just the most pungent of alcohol. 1 inch, and they're just constantly, and it's slowly like slowing down, but at the rate that they're dumping alcohol outside of this building, it's 1 inch for the time being as you get over there. I'm giving you more information, and I'm stimulating you as you make your choices. But you're there, you're at the edge of them.
And it's like,
Come back to
I'm-
it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're there.
Yeah. I. Oh my God.
You see
Did I-
he's
Oh my God.
he's on the ground. But I will ask you, how are you going to carry them out? Because currently, the father is on the ground. He's not dead yet, but
Okay,
he is
he's not-
actively dying as the
Okay,
arrow is
okay, I'm
punctured
gonna-
inside of him.
So then I would try to lift him up like bridal style, and lift him up, and I would tell his family, you need to get, and I would tell his family, you need to get to safety, please. And I would lift him up and show a sign of like like good intention. Because I can't control this flame if they're gonna shoot.
Yeah, cool,
I
cool,
can't
cool,
control
cool,
this flame.
cool,
I
cool.
can't.
What is your strength score? Is the 12?
Yes.
Let me check something real fast.
Oh, please don't
And I
make
don't
him
want to
fat.
be that guy.
Don't make
but
him
this
fat,
is
Sorky.
this.
Don't make him fat.
He is. Remember,
It's
I
12
described him
times
as
15,
Yes, he's
so-
12
like-
times.
Okay.
Let's see, 12 times 15. So I'm gonna roll this. I'm gonna roll his weight. So you can carry it up to maximum of 180.
Mhm.
His weight based on the standard human stuff.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm
I'll
just-
take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay, so races. And I'm not. This is not me actively going against you. This is just me rolling. He is. Let's roll. 152 pounds. You got him. You pick him up.
I do that. I do that. I do
He's
that.
a little heavy,
That's fine.
but you shoulder him. You carry him bridal style, and you tell him you need to get to safety. Da 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 da.
And then I would usher them
The
away,
woman-
and I would put myself to protect them.
I will say before they even move. Who are you? What? Huh? Who are you? And this isn't to you. You see this little girl speak up. And she looks at you. And you can tell that as you approach, she's drawn her eyes and just been staring at you. And she's like, "Who are you? What's happening? Is
Oh my
my dad gonna
God.
be okay?"
Oh my God! Don't ask me that. Oh no! I just say you just need to get to safety. There's no time for questions.
And just like that, you can see the mom look at you. She gives you a stern look, but it just drops as you can see what you're attempting to do. She nods at you. She grabs the little one's hand and she grabs the crying baby. They make it. You are out of this encounter. I'm just saying this for the sake of it. You are too emotionally wrapped up with whatever the fuck's happening. You're out of this encounter after this. You're
Okay,
good.
That's fine.
Sylvina, what are you doing, dog?
Well, it's a good thing I got orders. Let's see. So there are two guys with Molotovs, yeah?
There is not. Let me correct myself. I was gonna go with the idea of Molotovs, but no, it's actively like ale being and other alcohol,
Okay.
strong alcohol being poured into the crowd. They're like some alcohol's on the people, and some is actively on the ground. And it's roughly at the rate they're doing it, it's 1 inch thick of just alcohol currently around them. Several
But then,
people are covered. There's 2 guardsmen posted with the other, like let's just say the guard captain of sorts, with 2 longbows with fire-tipped arrows ready to shoot into the crowd. They're waiting for a signal. They're waiting for his command.
You know,
And you are 30
I'm
feet away from
very-
this.
I'm very glad that I'm not evil.
Because if you were, I ain't gonna lie, if there was like a karma system from like, imagine
Oh.
like Fallout with the fucking angel devil thing, it would be
Yeah.
crazy right now. It would be so fucking crazy.
Listen. The reason why I say that is because I got the idea popped into my head. Like I've got prestidigitation. That's an inch thick alcohol.
Oh my God.
I'm not doing that, but I think you understood what I was getting at.
Oh, fucking brother.
I will
I
admit
think
it
you-
is lucky. I have no fire no fire spells. Just for
have
the
one, but they
temptation
have to
doing
hit me
anything
first.
related to it.
I have one, but they have to hit me first. Captain Guard.
Yeah, you see him.
Well,
I'll
it's a
tell
good
you
thing
this, he's
I
30
do
feet.
see him. Well, wait, no, because that's not. Shit. I don't have suggestion. Damn it. Second
Not at
level.
this level. Not at this level. Ah.
I would have, but I don't. I'm double level 2.
Suggestion would have been crazy here.
Suggestion would have been the best thing in the world. So would thaumaturgy, but I don't have that right now. Okay.
Honestly, the best I could have done is just like cast light and try to pretend to be a cleric for half a second.
I'm trying to protect a bit clear.
Actually, well,
Best I got.
considering Sylvina did have orders to prevent the fires, that actually is the best idea. Fuck. Thank you, but also fuck you. Sylvina will draw her rapier and cast light on it to try and get everyone's attention. And taking out her holy symbol from underneath her clothing.
Sure. What do you say? Let's act this out a little bit more. What are you adding to it? Because this is a lot of people, man. They're actively fighting against you. They're screaming. They're yelling. You have to fight against them, man. Add some. I want to fuck with you, but right now, as you described it, you see the crowd crazy. Come on, work with me. Work with me. Come on now, work with me. Add some.
Okay, give me a moment. My social awkwardness is kicking in.
Hey man, I don't want him to say roll. No, I'm like, okay, what do you say? What do you do? Because if you just roll, it's gonna be higher.
Yeah, I
if you
know.
just act it out, I'm like, okay, I'll fuck with it.
Mm, fuck it. I want to say shit, but then, oh god damn it. I really
This-
hate that I'm like. See, I get that I'm just. It feels like stalling, but at the same time, I'm also not. And it's just.
This this section and this encounter is brought to you by storming the Capitol, which a real thing that happened in the U.S. And this is how it could have
Oh
reacted.
boy, the Boston Massacre. What was the town's name again? I just.
Fallen
Dear
Wind.
brain forget. Fallen Wind.
Yep.
Yes. Look look how they've fallen. Jesus Christ.
Good people of Fallen Wind. If your so-called mayor, weird way to say that,
Okay.
does not wish to help you, I believe that I could offer my own assistance in his stead. Even such, we wish to go and hunt the bandits. And possibly deal with the creature that hunts the night. But in order to do that, we need to talk to the mayor himself. And in order to do that, you all need to calm down. We will get things settled. There needs to be less bloodshed. When she is saying that loudly, trying to get as many people to stop as she can.
It's just hard for you to yell in an accent.
Yeah, I can't fucking yell in an accent.
Yeah, man,
Especially
I'm
not my
doing
own
it.
accent.
Yeah. Give me
That's
a
fair.
persuasion or performance check of your choosing. Either one.
Persuasion's higher. And let me actually roll that to public. Here we go. That's a 23.
23. I'll let you know what happens in the moment, but so far, that's pretty well. That's pretty good. And last, certainly, but not least, as Chuck, you see Tiresias is about to cast some sort of spell. You see Yelena actively has taken this woman and this husband, man, bleeding out. She's escorting them to some safety. What do you do as you realize
Okay.
the small milliseconds you have are fading fast?
Oh,
Right. Okay, so Ashok comes from a place that's more magically inclined. Can he tell at all what kind of spell Tiresias might be casting at all?
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
DC is 1 plus the level of the spell. Yeah, you know it's
Ooh.
sleep. You know it's sleep. You know it. He's about to cast sleep. And I will say this by the nature of it. You know his targets. You know he's gonna cast it on the three guardsmen above, and centering the 5 guardsmen holding the door back.
I mean, he's looking straight at where he's aiming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what he's
Yeah,
trying to do.
like it gets that soldier intuition of like he
Soldier.
sees the spell and then he like clocks every single one who would be in range of that.
Also, side note, while he's doing this, his expression is much colder than normally.
Okay. Well, since since that didn't get resolved, that changes things.
Hey man,
s-
I got a little bit of spice to it. That's
hey,
my
yeah,
little spice.
that's fair.
Do you have
Um,
faith in Sylvina? That's really the question that is trying to be answered here.
Does so he will
I'm personally willing to let the Sylvania attempt go. I can't pronounce, but
Sylvina.
but yeah, it's just that my thing was locked in first.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
go first. You locked in. You determine whoever goes first. When there's gonna be multiple events like quick time events, whoever locks in first, they ultimately set the pacing of what happens because they're set in stone.
Right. So Ashok sees the sleep spell going on. He sees Yelena trying to pull out and being soaked in alcohol, and that's not good. And then, or Tiresias casting the spell. Savina is trying to get everyone's attention. So, having faith in her, Ashok will get hit. um, let's see. He will get ready, just like because there's always that small bit, but he's you know what, no, he's choosing to have true faith. He doesn't pull out his sword or anything because he can do that in like a millisecond. He starts to boom his voice and starts to intimidate everyone here, and he just yells stop for everyone to stop and listen. And if he needs to, he will pull out his sword and then quickly teleport up to the balcony. So I guess he's holding an action in that sense to make sure that the people who are going to fire their arrows don't actually fire their arrows, and that the tips the tips of the that have the flame on them get snuffed out.
Okay, so how are you teleporting again? Let me make sure.
It's called the Gift of the Empress of the End.
Okay. Cool.
Racial feature.
I'm making sure. So the trigger
Mhm.
is in the event that they don't, because you're trying to. I'm trying to be fair with others,
Okay,
because there's two
okay.
things you're
In
trying to do.
in the event
Because
that
like
the
I will
right,
say you're
okay.
trying to do two things, but I like
right,
there can only be
so
one. Either
right.
either you lean into like telling them to stop, or you
Okay.
ready to. Because
He will have he will just have full faith in Sylvina, but if he hears the command word for them to fire, he will then use his blessing to then teleport and then snuff out the fires before they can even get a chance to fire their arrows.
Oh my god.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Oh my god.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh
As
my
the last
God!
person, I gotta.
Yeah, he is
Okay.
having faith in Sylvina, and he is preparing this in his mind just in case, because people are crazy, and when it gets into a group mentality, they just follow the group mentality. Because as I'm sure as you know, as a psychology person as well, people are
Yeah.
dumb when they get in group mentalities. So
Cool.
Ashtok is like, okay, I have faith, but in case this goes wrong, I'm going to be ready to pull out not the special sword, but just his normal sword, which
Normal sword.
will then immediately light up, and then he can cut off the arrows
Tips of
before
the
they
arrows,
have a
yeah.
chance to get launched.
Cool. I will say this. Now that everything's locked in,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna
oh my
pause the music,
Oh
and I need
God.
to like,
Don't pause the music.
and
it's
I need to get my mind ready.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Oh my god.
First off, Tiresias, roll me the total for your sleep dice. I need to know that now.
Oh my
I also
god.
need to pull up
How
some
many
stat
is
blocks.
that? I always forget.
Fi-
I think it's
5d8.
5d8. Cool.
5D8.
You are targeting
Oh my god.
Oh, I actually have it
these
prepped already.
people. Cool.
Oh my god.
He's not upcasting it. He's
16.
Wow, that's a lot of ones though.
Yeah.
I really don't
Okay.
feel like it's gonna hit
That's-
anyone.
I mean,
Except it will, because I know a guard step block, unfortunately.
No meta.
I'm not
If I get-
metaing anything. I'm
if
not
they
gonna
all agree,
create
alright,
anything.
so, point,
Okay, let's see.
I'm
One.
going,
Okay.
I
gunning
know.
for the dude who gets to say orders.
Unfortunately, that's not how the spell works.
I'm gonna just roll. Okay, so, okay, the guard captain is 3. Guard captain is 3, and I'm just gonna roll out of the 1 through 3, right? And 3 is the guard captain, is the people on the
Okay.
balcony. Everyone else is on the bottom. I'm gonna roll a d8. You want 3 here.
Do
Unfortunately.
we get a nope?
So only one of them fall.
No, it's not the guard captain who falls first or falls.
Okay, neat.
So, Tiresias, as you unleash your spell, you see it swirls all around the people. It's like, I don't describe how your sleep does, because I don't like taking this glory moment. Describe what sleep looks like to you. How do you cast it?
Ooh.
Well, he's very into all of his things being at least more difficult to notice than they normally would be, so it's not very overt. You might hear the faint sound of gears clicking from his staff, but aside from that, there's nothing overt on his end, and it looks like a little bit of mist or fog rising up on the target area.
Cool. And as you cast your spell, this mist slowly and quickly rushes its way through the crowd, and it lifts itself and it finds itself in the center of all 8 of these guardsmen. And here's what happens. Only one guardsman, one holding a bow, he stumbles, you see his eyes grow heavy and he feels lethargic. And he just collapses.
Oh.
The guards captain looks over to the side.
Oh.
He looks over towards you, Tiresias. And it's slow motion. Sylvania, as you cast your spell, roll me 2d12 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Elijah?
2d12 plus
Oh my god, Elijah.
17.
We'll pull her opposite.
17.
Perfectly neutral.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it could have
What
been
hap-
way meaner.
As you speak your words, invoking these people to perhaps see a different light, 17 able-bodied souls turn, face you, and they move away immediately from danger. They start to gather around you, seeing the light, seeing your holy symbol, and despite the chaos that is invoking all around you, they see to you. They see, and the faces that look upon you are saddened, worried, but they look for you for guidance. They look to you to be consoled, comforting. And you managed to pull 17 people away from the crowd. So in total, there's now 13 people on the ground,
Good
as
job.
minus the other people.
See, she's not visually uncomfortable, but she's uncomfortable by this.
Yeah, like I want you to imagine, like these people smell like piss. These are dirty,
Mhm.
unclean, now heavily smells of alcohol. People
Yep.
gathered around you, but
It's not
you know,
that makes her uncomfortable.
yeah. But I will say, Ashok, as you can see, you see very quickly, Tiresias cast his spell, and as quickly as this happened, fire points over towards Tiresias, and poof,
Mhm.
with the quickness, you see the archer turn, look towards you, confused and almost surprised, but his arrow was set true in an area, and it unleashes. And I will need you to make an attack roll, please.
Hit the
I'm
arrow.
okay, wait. Okay, I do have to like put in the cool thing because as soon as as he's drawing his sword, there's that wind up that hears, and then copy the link, and then I'll just put it in the Discord. It's this one because it doesn't matter what sword it is. Anytime he pulls out a sword and he activates it, it sounds like that.
Ching.
You should have prepared a mage hand, and you should have prepared the fucking psionic ability instead. But
Oh, let me play the fucking watch together real fast. Hold on.
Mhm.
For those
I mean, it
those
sounds.
of you watching either stream, it sounds like this.
Mhm.
Oh, I hate.
Star Wars.
I hate that.
That was. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah. And then I'm just rolling an attack roll. Okay, let's just say this is my great. Let's do. I don't want to kill anyone.
I think you're
Yeah.
attacking the arrow.
Yeah.
This is you like hitting the arrow, and I have the AC
Yeah.
of the arrow inside of my head.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Longsword, one-handed, 27.
That's good.
Are you-
That's pog.
I'm assuming you're keeping the 27.
I can add on to it, I think.
Assuming you're keeping the 27, that is, you need to roll
Wait,
something
okay,
else.
is it just the one arrow, or is it two?
This is just one arrow. This is like essentially him having the arrow. He ready to shoot it. He just sees you surprised. Yeah, accidentally unleashes it.
Okay, yeah. I'll keep the 27 for sure.
Cool. And as you teleport up there with an instant zoom, you draw your blade and you slash into it. You see a surprised look on the guardsman who has fired the arrow as the arrow just gets split clean in half. And you
And
can see
I
as
will
you
also,
go ahead, go ahead.
sorry, just to add on to that little bit because like flavor and whatnot. Like just to mention it again, right before he teleports, shadows from all over suddenly get darker around him and then envelop him, and then as he reappears, a bit of the shadow covers him, and then there's that like opalescent covering that's just completely covering him and gives him like kind of a shiny voidish look to him as he's technically resistant to everything for just a moment, and then he slashes down, and then the black opalescent void starts to fade fairly quickly, and the shadows return as he's there for each second longer. But continue now.
It's a lot.
The
And the
edge.
and the force and the precision of your strike carries with it a small whirlwind. And as the arrow is shattered in two, it's split and its two separate pieces spread out, no longer lit, but it disperses either direction. And now,
It's a lot.
with one unconscious guardsman, two confused guards people in the balcony, Ashok, you now there. Over half the crowd surrounding you, Sylvina. And now we get to Yelena. As you have had your mind made up upon reaching and seeing this scene. You knew what you wanted to do.
Yes.
It was almost in your nature. But I will say, you are. Give me wisdom save first off.
What?
Before I describe anything. Give me wisdom save. This is stressful. Give me
my
wisdom. Give me
God.
wisdom save.
Oh no! I'm really good at wisdom.
I make wisdom saves for other things.
You are able to maintain some sort of sanity and collectiveness throughout this stressful ordeal. But I will say, your attention no longer, your mind perhaps molded and softened, your heart softened by the words of this tender young child. But now your eyes, in relatively safety, focus on the man. The arrow is wedged deep, jugular, and he's grasping onto you with bloody fingers and holding onto you for dear life. As with small milliseconds and a small opportunity of life, what does Yelena do? The wound is deep, and it is almost irredeemably so. How cruel of how fatal this shot was.
Oh my God.
Almost irremarkably so. It is sad, but it is the reality that you. What does Yelena do?
Can I? I don't have healing word. Can I?
What does she do?
Do I know that if I pull the no I can't meta.
I will say
I can't meta.
I will say no.
If
I will say what is your ability score to? What is your abilities? What's the plus to your medicine? I'm gonna take passive stuff. What is your plus to medicine?
5.
Check on your sheet right now. What's
5,
your plus? What's
5.
your modifier?
It's 5.
15. You are very proficient and adequate with medicine passively to know that if you were to move it right now,
It's gonna.
and I was just saying
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
you know that. So don't worry about medicing. Passively, she knows a good amount of medicine.
I don't
So
care.
you can use. I will invite you to use some perhaps your knowledge to figure out the situation.
Okay,
and
so
right now
I
we're
know.
paused.
Oh my God! So I know. Arrows in.
So don't worry about meta.
Oh my
Don't
God.
worry about meta. You're good. You're good.
Arrows in there. Can't pull it out because can't pull it out because you can't cause any more blood loss. I'm going.
And it's in a major artery. Just
Exactly. So I can't prevent any more blood loss. So it's lodged in there. It's impaled. I'm going to as fast as I humanly can. I'm going to take out my herbalist kit. I'm gonna crush like 2 sugar plum flowers and just like mortar and pestle it super fast and dump it into this man's mouth.
Oh. Interesting. Cool.
Healing potion ingredients.
And I believe you need a certain amount. I believe. All right, let me check. Do you remember off the top how many you needed for a potion of healing? I remember I took. I need
You
to check
told
my
me
notes.
for
I
like
don't.
a mushroom.
I'm so.
For a mushroom.
I mean- But these 2 could also be used for. Hold on,
Oh
let me
fuck!
check.
Hold on. I gotta. Look.
Let me check. I have to open up the other
I gotta
one
look
for
at
me,
my
'cause
notes.
Aha.
I have it imported over there.
Oh my gosh. What is it? Control
I
five.
I
think-
actually
Man, oh
only I only
Flower,
learned about
flower.
the sugar plum thing recently.
Man, oh man, guys. I
That's
did not.
actually canon D&D.
Sugar plum is canon?
I think so. It's some kind of healing flower that's canon.
I didn't know that. Truth be told, I thought it was just homebrew shit that I made. I don't know that.
You
I
just got
mean,
the
to be
D4.
fair, it might just be that everyone agrees. Okay, you need a herbalist kit to make a healing potion. This
Mhm.
sounds like that would be a flower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
The only
like
thing
if
that
it
be in
was,
disagreement would be the name.
yeah,
I
or
must-
if it was. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I must
I'm
seek out
looking.
other resources. I must talk to the other group and then be at. All right,
I'm
I'm gonna ask my
looking.
players from the other. I'm gonna ask my other players from the other game. At
Wait,
Nick.
we could just say one for now, and then we could worry about how much later.
No, this.
This is
In
pretty
terms of
this is
alchemy,
important.
this determines
Spooky!
potency.
I need
This determines
Oh.
potency of it, and how
Spooky!
many sugar plums were needed
Where's Spooky?
to make a
I think
potion
that's what he's
of
asking right now.
healing.
Texting him.
Because this is for the sake of alchemy. She's trying to take the alchemy route, which this does do healing, but is it subsistent?
I mean, in all fairness, as long as it does literally 1 point, the dude's up.
Spooky.
That's
How
not-
many?
for the sake of the
Spooky.
encounter, for the sake of the cinematic, that is not the.
I mean, fair, yeah. This is a mortal wound, so it might need more than one.
You never told.
Whatever
Oh my
1 point
God.
of healing would
And
correlate.
that is exactly the narrative I'm trying to tell.
That's Spooky only knows the recipe. You never told him.
Let's see, because I know it took quite. Let's check Cat's inventory.
Although, in all fairness, commoner stat block of 4 HP really says that one hit point really is a lot.
In
Mhm.
my game, the average person in the setting, they are tougher than the D&D commoners. They are tougher than that. Way
I'm
tougher.
sweating.
They don't
Uh,
have 4 HP.
Yeah.
have more than that.
Can you
Yo.
be kind enough to tell me a number range?
I will. That is meta. That is explicitly meta. But they are
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
mean,
greater than
mainly
4.
for
I
the
have to look at
purposes of fucking sleep.
I have to look at
I'm telling you.
Because, like,
Yeah,
I'm
it would
tell-
still
I'm
be meta.
telling
That's-
you.
It'd
I'm
still be
telling
meta.
you. I'm
Fine,
telling you.
yeah,
That's
I know,
meta. Don't ask
still.
me that again. Don't ask me that again, please.
I'm
Thank you.
looking at my
Thank you for the
16 points of
sub.
sleep, and I'm going like, wait, so that's not 4 dudes? Damn.
so much. I'm sweating.
That spell's way weaker.
That was more realistic.
Okay.
Spooky's looking everywhere.
Cat.
Dude, I think it is pretty
maybe
realistic
it's
that
in-
if
maybe it's
the
in-
normal
it has to
peasant
be in my
really doesn't
YouTube,
want to
hold on.
fight wolves.
Maybe it's in-
I know it's less than 10.
I know it's less than
Okay,
10, and it's between 5-ish. Oh my gosh. Look at my videos. Channel.
3 to 4.
3 to 4?
So, and you're giving him.
I said 2.
Okay,
I said
that's.
I said 2. I said
And
2.
you said 2.
I said 2.
Cool.
Had I known, I would have thrown 3, but I said 2.
Cool. I respect the fact that you're honoring this. Give me a medicine check
Okay.
with advantage, actually, because you're giving him a healing remedy.
Okay,
And I
okay,
will.
okay.
I'm gonna check the DMG.
24.
I no longer have to check the DMG.
I'm gonna check the DMG.
24.
Never
I
mind.
no longer need to check
Somebody
the
clip that. Somebody clip that for me. Somebody clip that and send that to me. I
Someone
will
clip
check
it.
the
But then my
DMG.
mods One of my mods, Logan or Jacob, please clip it, please,
So
please.
I'm consulting the D. Oh, I am putting this book back down.
Someone
24
clip it.
is. I'm assuming you're keeping this, unless
No,
for whatever reason, for whatever reason, the inspiration I gave you better. I'm assuming you're keeping it. That's the assumption.
I'm
I
keeping
can only
it.
assume. I need verbal confirmation. Verbal confirmation.
Yes.
Okay, what happens is this: you very hastily make this muster paste. You realize there's no water to it, so perhaps you spit in it. Whatever you have to do, you make this paste and you hold it over his neck, and you can see some of it just slowly gets around, glows with this pinkish light,
Oh.
and you can see some of it's absorbed inside it, and you can see and the arrow's ejected almost immediately from his jugular, and he just sits there in distraught.
I'm holding him. I hold it. I give him compression.
He is breathing regularly, but he looks at you, and his first words upon seeing you, "Are you an angel?" And you can see on the look of his face,
Lizzie is but not me.
you look upon the eyes of someone who has accepted death, accepted what it was, and now to be given this moment where things seem less grim. An opportunity to keep fighting the good fight, to keep living. He is shocked beyond compare. And he just stares at you, but the shock of the moment eventually gets to him, and you see he faints.
Okay.
He's unconscious.
Alright.
But
Alright, okay.
my oh my,
Oh!
that will be the end of this entire encounter, as what happens now is as following. With over half the crowd, which I'm gonna be honest, if you did not get half the crowd, shit would have been real fucking bad.
At minimum had to get 12 people.
Did we see the clip?
With over half the crowd being turned towards you, Sylvina. Excuse me. Tiresias, you seem a little rather confused, as only your spell managed to encompass one guardsman. The other guardsmen are still pushing the few that persist at bay back. You, Ashok, are now within the surprised and almost captivated glances of two guardsmen, one in this militaristic and commanding figure, now taking aback of suddenly realizing what he was instructing the person next to him to do. To commit murder on the most cleanest display known to man.
Mhm.
But for now, a moment of opportunity for conversation,
Help.
for understanding,
Mhm.
for
Yeah.
words.
Mm.
Will now
Ashok?
start. However, we're gonna take a 10-minute break because that was a lot.
You wanna watch the
okay,
clip?
that's
Watch
good.
the
That's
clip!
good.
Watch the
Give me a
clip,
chance to
Saki!
refill.
Saki, watch the clip! Watch the I DM'd it to you. It's amazing. Watch the clip. If anybody's watching my stream, you guys can look at the clip. Here, I'm gonna put it up again. I'll
For
put it in
10
there.
minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna go
Take a
refill
10-minute
water.
break. I know that was a lot. I'm gonna check the D&D.
24.
This is what we call making a charisma-based cleric. You're welcome.
And now
Also,
we will
I
all
thank you.
look
I
at
thank
the
you, Zarky.
shy character and make them
That was
talk.
perfect, though.
No, that's the shy player.
I will.
Alexa,
Fair,
She's
but
set a timer
still.
for 10 minutes.
She's just self-conscious.
Oh my god.
Fair.
She's self-conscious for reasons that the party has yet to figure out, aside from Ashok.
Fair
I-
enough. It's just that we're still gonna be You're still just voluntold yourself to walk up and be the talker.
That was
I-
orders.
Hope everyone enjoyed this first encounter, because man, we're only roughly 2 hours in, and my oh my, I did not it would go out.
I'm gonna be
I did-
honest. There was a solid chance I was gonna do magnify gravity instead.
Oh,
That would have been so
fuck.
much worse.
That would
We're in a 10-minute break.
Listen,
But I basically went, you know what? No, I'm gonna
We're gonna
make
break,
it
we're
instead
gonna
so
break.
these guys pass out in front of the dudes that are basically pushing them back, and probably
Wonderful.
the villagers take care
I'm
of
gonna
it.
use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Listen,
So
Do what you
stream.
gotta do.
Stream. We'll be right back.
But not quite to the not as high to
And we're back.
the other group. Oh,
Also,
shit.
I'm gonna say this: Sylvina in the current moment, very self-conscious, and Ashok knows that.
Yeah, he does. He again.
wish I
He's
was there.
watching,
This-
seeing what you're doing, not interfering.
Not
but
interfering.
seeing
Yeah, I
how-
know. And she's fucking. She's very hyper aware of that.
Yeah.
This is the time I realize all my spells that are aggressive are AoE.
Or AOE.
Yeah.
Good job.
A-
Perfect
one hand,
example of a wizard.
That's really good. On the other hand, that's interesting.
That's
Listen, you're a perfect
just-
example of a wizard. It's fine.
I'm going to be perfectly
Mhm.
honest. That is explanative of a character trait where he's kind of going, sometimes you.
The old guy blasting everybody away.
Yeah, you go. You'd want to go over rather than.
Yeah, it's like
Just
also
go.
like thinking about it, the person who
he's okay
would,
with some collateral damage.
yeah, and like also thinking about it too, Maliko's probably would have been like, you know what, I'll do the up close stuff, you do the area of effect stuff, we'll be effective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, he's fundamentally speaking, he's not prepared to actually be fighting one specific person in the middle of a crowd. And honestly, why would he be?
Exactly. Alrighty.
He'll get confused as to who's who very fast.
That's crazy. Like.
I'm glad I didn't have to reroll.
I mean,
Mhm.
I got some cantrips that are not AoEs, but like they're cantrips. I'm pretty sure the guy wouldn't die from them.
I will say, for moving forward, just to give insight into like you, since you're bringing up spell choice, a lot of encounters I think are better, and though they're not always going to be.
Right.
There's only so much you can get. Oh, roll die. Right. That's only that's a level of play that I.
You're cutting in and out, Zarks.
Oh,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
gonna say is, there's only gonna be a limited time where I do base D&D combat. There's only like so many times where I can run a game. Both me as a DM and as a player are like, oh, I roll, I hit, I do damage. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's so much. There's a certain quality to it that I myself find myself, and I don't. Not that there won't be. There needs to be moderation, but that I go like too much combat is bleh. It's meaningless.
Right.
But when you could have six like this, that it doesn't necessarily have to be combat.
Right.
Ooh.
Or there was combat in a different way, like kind of like what Ashok did. Of yes,
Yeah.
the sword was
Yeah.
drawn, but blood was not spilled.
Nope, spilled. Exactly.
This combats my social skills.
Mhm.
yeah.
Hey, yo, buddy.
Yeah.
I know you weren't ready for it, but be ready. You're gonna have to talk to a shit ton of people.
No.
Welcome to therapy.
This is trial by fire. This isn't therapy.
Actually, it kind of is therapy. There are studies showing that this is actually could be a form of
Shut.
therapy.
Shut.
Shut. No, this is scary. Shut it. I
Do
don't
not
care.
scam me of my words.
I know what I shed.
Yeah.
If it makes
Mhm.
you feel better, I can give you attempts to do it again.
You can't. Don't. It's a bad idea.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know what
roll-wise.
race you are.
Let's...
We got a little bit more time left. I'm actually using all the time I gave. All that I'm using that full 10 minutes.
Oh, cool.
My bad. My bad. My bad. I need to like think. I need to. You don't know
And if
what
you need
I
the
would
10
think.
minutes, you need the 10 minutes.
You
You don't
need
know what
10
I was
minutes,
thinking.
that's fine.
This could have went so
Hey,
bad, but I would have had.
Twitch, do you want
either
to
way.
play? Want to play Words on stream? Here, let's play Words on stream while we're,
I turned
Go for
21 in 8 days.
There you go.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
Hey.
We'll play Words on
Happy
stream.
early birthday.
Next Monday, I'm actually taking my birthday off just because I don't want to fucking work on my birthday.
That's absolutely fair.
Alexa, stop. Alexa. Okay.
On a steakhouse, not like a fucking
Ooh.
really expensive place, but fucking Longhorn.
Nice.
I don't even know. I'm gonna get something alcoholic, but I don't know what I'm gonna get though.
Yep. That is. I don't think I've ever been to a Longhorn, and I can't ever go while I'm on this side of the country.
Oh, are they only on the eastern seaboard?
Yeah, it's like a few thousand miles for me to
Yeah.
go and get to one,
Enter.
and it's like the Texas is the closest one, I think, maybe.
Really?
Just take a
Mhm.
5-minute walk over.
Oh yeah.
Look,
Really
all you
easy.
need to do is fold the fourth dimension a little bit.
Let me just
Yep.
let me just drive over to Texas, which is about the same size as most of Europe.
Okay, C.
I said you just need to fold the fourth dimension a little bit. Come on.
Sent erect. Oh, of course you would pick erect.
Listen, very few of us can actually do that.
Tree. Oh, okay.
I've been able to do that before.
Center. Oh, is center a word? Oh, I'm gonna
Only
take
happened
this over.
once.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. I got center. Oh my god.
I'm gonna be honest. I'd love to teleport more regularly. Build up my resistance. No, you feel me?
Tree? No,
Do that twice a day, no problem.
Reset.
It's not very far.
See, but I can't. Like my body just it doesn't physically let me right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going through like
Oh my god, we need
weird
2 more.
emotions with my magic. Just it's not letting.
Mm-hmm. You're going
a
through
word?
mitosis.
Yeah, I'm duplicating myself.
All right.
We're back in?
Focused on.
Yeah.
Alright, we're back in.
Mhm.
Alright, guys.
Okay.
Level 2 now when we.
Like I will say, I had music ready, and thankfully I did not need to play it. But I'm just for the sake of it.
Would it happen to have been choir music with Latin singing?
No.
Why is there boss music?
What? Assuming things didn't turn out the way they did, I would have played this.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have played that. I love Darkest Dungeon so much. But
I love talk.
where is it? I
Darkest
found this.
Dungeon, the type of game that I would buy and then never play.
It's a good game. It's a good
I
game.
agree. No,
Yeah,
don't worry.
that's
I
a-
agree.
This is a good soundtrack too.
It's fucking really complicated.
I think this once you find the stress system, you'll be fine. But hold on. Let's see. I did research for this. Hold on.
Oh
Where is it?
dear. There's 3 days till the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
That affects so many of us in the party, and by so many of us, I mean 2 or 4.
Okay.
Well,
Let's.
technically, it
Shut up.
affects 3 of us.
Oh, God.
And let us go. So,
You can hear the glasses being pushed up as I said that.
there is a moment to speak. When violence was pressed up on the face of it all, each one of you took actions that inevitably stopped violence, but it also gave an opportunity for conversation. You can see even now the 13 other people, the other part of the crowd that is continuously trying to bang up an assault building, slowly lighten up as they do no longer force of the entire crowd behind them. No longer is there a constant pushing bodies, feeble-bodied backs. There no longer is there that loud and bolstering voice commanding them to continue forward. And now there's a moment in which all of you might have a moment of clarity, an opportunity to speak. And Sylvina, you being the light and having this light drawn from your way, you have attracted the attention of many people. Each one's carefully awaiting your next few words. To what is your reply as each face is somewhat reminiscent of a young child having a long day, a hard day, perhaps on the verge of tears, ready to What is your carefully worded response?
Got out of character. It's such a weird pressure. Oh,
Lie in the bed that you sleep in.
shut up.
Okay, if I could like steal this moment just for like a second,
How
because I feel like
no,
no,
let him talk.
never mind.
Let
I
him
won't steal
talk.
it. You're right.
I
Fair
love
enough.
this.
He earned this. He earned this.
You know what?
In a-
Yep. Fair.
Lie in the bed.
I
In a
won't
second.
steal the
In a
moment.
sec- In a second.
Let
in a
him let him
second.
do his thing up a jigga.
We're giving him the time. He earned this.
Fuck, city name again.
Fallen wind.
Fallen
My
wind.
memory is ass. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're
You're
fine.
fine.
You earned this, and we're gonna. I'm more than willing to wait.
Oh, you're not bad.
First, I tell you what. Literally hyping myself up like a fucking actor right now. People of Fallen Wind, you're obviously not in the best of shapes, but as I can assure you, me and my cohorts are trying to bring the betterness to this town, as it was before, I'm sure. So, I will not sugarcoat it in any way. We cannot solve every issue. We are still only but people. Each of us have our own roles to play in this society. Each of us should be helping each other, even if we don't exactly have the moments. But as of current, me and my cohort do need to seek information in order to help you. I understand that the mayor isn't exactly the best of a leader, or even the best spokesman. But I can assure you that we will get something done. It may not be the most of what you expect. I understand how hard times are at the moment, which is why you should be helping each other. As difficult as it is. Build a community to each other rather than following some leader that speaks just words. And with that, she puts her plate away.
The townspeople seemed irrevocably moved by your words. The look of shame and a few desperately needed. Some people start hugging each other. Some are just too much in awe, shocked how death slowly veered beyond its shadow, casted was upon all of them. You get a varying degree of responses, but the majority feel ultimately moved. Some people go back to their homes, carrying those from which that they love next to them, in open arms and slowly making their way to their life. You can, Ashok, you can see the guard cap towards you, giving you a bit of a salute. And about this time, the guardsman with the other arrow, he with the one unconscious, slowly wakes up. What happened? I thought. And he is aghast as seeing Sylvine on the ground, not woken to the sounds of smoke, screams. He looks around and he's a little bit teary-eyed to see this, and he is ultimately glad that it happened this way. And eventually, a few moments pass. Over the course of 10 emotionally filled with many tears, complaints, still roaring to less, far less agitated than. And you can see a couple guardsmen nodding. Yes, I will send the request to the mayor. Yes, and you're concerned, but we're doing the best we can. He might not be the best mayor, but he's the only person. And you can see some people take this with mixed approaches. With your words, some of them seek. Others, hearing more of a direct response from the guardsmen, scoff, but they turn tail. No longer seeing violence or the strength in numbers as war. And they take their leave. Back over to Jelena, you see that this man, for lack of better words, mesmerized, having been drawn so close from its icy grasp, relishing at, ready to take him within an instant. Now, sitting there, astounded that he's alive. And you can see his little girl. And you can see she is crying. You can see there is unlike before, her pale skin now beats a slow pink. A small faint one. But as she cries and she mourns in some ways at the potential loss of her father, the woman standing over. What have you done? She is taken aghast. She relishes and hugs each one of them tightly. She ponders this question but in one that is lighthearted, one that is, in a lot of ways, thankful and grateful. And they just sit there. They don't move. You can see amongst all of them not loud, it's a baby. A lot of ode and dude cries amongst that small. And this encounter reminds you of some people home. It reminds you of some of the people going through several similar things. People who have received similar help, such as from individuals as all of you. But majority have not. As in this world, as in the continent of Garius, things like this, unfortunately, are fairly common. There are moments where justice, unfortunately, is delivered incorrectly. People seek vengeance and seek active retribution for the wrongdoings done by those nearest to them. But it is ultimately up to, as people, as citizens of Garius, and better yet, citizens, how you react to this. Sometimes you will prove to be quick on the draw, fortunate, with luck on your side. But other times might end with loss, mourning, but ultimately a moment to dwell upon, to prevent future mistakes. But today, in these small moments of time, no such mistake occurred. And ultimately, what would any one of you like to do? As within the crowd disperses. Elena, the family is too infatuated with each other that they all give you cheerful looks, whispers of the words "thank you," the gods bless you, all sorts of praise, sacrifice, heroes. But I will say, unfortunately, they seem to be too encapsulated with each other, give you any more of a response to.
I would have just, as like the mom before she like came into like an embrace with her family. Yelena's she'll look at the mom and she's gonna say to her, and putting like a hand over her shoulder, and she's gonna say, nobody, no, I'm sorry, she's gonna say, a child that young shouldn't lose her father so early.
There is a nod. There's a smile.
And then I walk back to my group.
And you walk back.
Sylvina's
Miss,
gonna walk up to the.
1 second. Miss, you see the young child like being held by her two parents. Her neck barely able to like peek up. Miss,
I turn around.
thank you for saving my dad.
Oh my god!
And she turns back and
like and for a moment, without the party even looking, and just like staring at that family, like her tough demeanor, her very posh demeanor is immediately softened at the sight, and she kind of enjoys watching them for like a couple of like seconds until she walks back.
Yep. And you walk back out to honor what Tyresia said earlier. You ran, just gotta go. And now you slowly come back and you realize people are happy. Or not, or at least content at the very least.
Oh, that ended less bloody. Well enough. And he approaches whoever's closest to him of the group.
Not Sylvina, because right now she's currently fixed up. I guess Yelena, you would walk.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'll walk back to them. I'll meet them.
Yeah, I join up with you as we get closer to the rest. So, what I miss? I kind of just did my thing and left. Usually doesn't do good to stay in riots.
Riots are never good.
Depends. Well, depends on your definition of good.
Very true. It looks like everything around us is better than what it used to look before. A little violence isn't really good. It only makes things worse. I'm happy.
Just looking around at all, I can tell that like Sylvina, everyone's looking at her, right?
Currently, like for the sake of time, yeah, people are looking towards her.
I guess we have her to thank for finding a much cleaner method.
So she is of use to us.
Be glad.
I'm allowed to make my
Oh, yeah,
snarky
be
comment.
glad
because
Ashok
you
didn't hear
said
that.
your snarky comment
I
to
didn't.
me. So
No,
I'm
that was
allowed
me.
to say
That was not
snarky
Ashok.
comment.
That was me. I'm sorry. That was me.
Listen,
That slipped.
I'm just gonna say this. Just be glad that Ashok nor Sylvina heard that.
Listen,
I
I
look
was
at-
allowed to make my snarky comment, and so were you. So now we're even.
Teresa looks blankly at Yelena for a second, then says, "You are aware about that by definition of use. Anyone is of use, including a wooden board as a shield.
No.
Ah,
So
He's got my back.
More accomplices is more allies is never a bad thing. No matter how any word you want to put there, they all kind of work. Kind of just shrugs his shoulder.
I stand by my comment.
Eh?
I stand by my blade.
If you so wish.
And not what I meant, but okay.
I stand
If you
by
still
my
wish.
sword. I just walk back and I just in awe of like the peace. Or happy to see peace.
Yeah.
As it should.
And Ashok, the two
The bonded-
guardsmen get
Mhm.
the bonded son of the
Son
Iron
of the Iron
Maker.
Maker.
Oh my god.
Just every once in a while, throw it in.
The two guardsmen get up. They give you a
Mhm.
salute. You can
Uh-huh.
see the
Ashok would have helped one of them up.
you would have helped them up. They give you a
Mhm.
salute. They do not express it, but you sense an overwhelming gratitude from them. As you can see, the guard captain of sorts gives them a nod and signals them inside. They both put their longbows to the side, and they walk inside. What the guard captain addresses you directly. He has gray hair, a long silver mustache, several heavier arms, much unlike the guardsman you saw before. There is a sharp angularness to it, several beaten up pieces of clothing, but ultimately similar to NPC chat when I post it soon.
Oh, NPC.
My
New NPC.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. My name is Marcus Ironfist, and I am the guard captain here in Following. On behalf of I don't know where the hell all of you came from, but on behalf of us, thank you. I'm afraid if you've not came, well, I would have been afraid that I would have to continue what I was ordered to do. And this is what he looks something like inside of the NPC.
Alright.
So,
Iron.
Iron Fist, the Iron Maker. Coming together. It's all coming together.
Wait. And James was the Iron Hand.
And James was the Iron Hand.
Is this your cousin?
Cousin?
I would hope not. I mean, that would mean he has a secret. Which I'm sure he does.
Okay, so is Marcus on the same, because I'm up on the balcony, right? So is Marcus up there as well?
Yeah, he was the guy ordering them to shoot down.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I pictured him down on the below the. I just said what it was called, but yeah, that's fine. Cool. Yeah. Well, good thing you didn't do anything that would. Ruin things that you have set up here even more.
I'm happy. Truth be told, I was hoping the rain from last night at least dampened it, given the crowd at least an opportunity to run. But thankfully, never had to reach that point.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what brings you here, truly? And I'm assuming those people down there, you know.
I'm gonna ask you, Zarky. Can I do a vibe check?
An insight check on this guy.
Yeah, insight check. I want to see like, because like it's not necessarily like a secret mission, but like, oh, okay, good, great. Yeah, it's like a secret mission, but it's not like necessarily a public one either.
In terms of what he had to do?
Of what Ashok has to do, so that I'm seeing what the vibes of this guy is.
Very clearly, even with 5, you pass.
Okay, cool.
He was ordered to defend this estate, to a drastic degree, and he is a good man, but his lawful duty to resort to almost abhorrent actions that violate his own moral philosophy, for the lack of better words. He truly did not wish for it to end this way, or even to have resulted this way, but the stress and importance of the environment and the nature of which he was instructed, something there is odd. But nothing about him strikes you as different. He is just a mortal man trying to do good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He asked why we're here, or where we're going, or
Why are you here? Why did you do this? Why are you here?
we're heading north to work on some business that is our own.
He looks down and it looks a little. He looks that warm smile just turned. Then expect not such a greater sight, as from what I understand, things up north are only a fraction of what you've seen today. It's only worse up there.
Well, then it's good to manage expectations. Or that is good for managing expectations.
He nods. And with the rest of you gathered, he just again points back downwards. So, is it by circumstance they are here? You and them, all of you seem to be outsiders. From what I can tell, none of you. He just looks at himself. You can see he's wearing primarily brown and muted colors. None of you at least dress like you're from here. Or anywhere
No.
near, by that matter.
We are from different places. But we were looking as we were heading north to see if we could get some help, and we stumbled upon this encounter.
Interesting choice of wording, friend, but this was a potentially deadly encounter. Not for me and my men, but the people down there. But now it's different. I feel an immense weight lifted off my chest. Is
Good.
there anything I could do for you? You've rendered, not just on my part, but all the people down there and many other citizens, great. Well, you've given us a great deal of service.
We need some information about a supposed bandit problem that is happening around here, and maybe some help with passage going northward.
He nods. Well, I'm afraid we don't have much, but right this way. And everyone else, you can see Ashok leaves the balcony and he goes somewhere into the building.
Yeah, I would assume Ashok turns, and then he kind of brings up just one of his hands to whistle loudly to get, which he knows one of them understands.
I can't do that. Who can do the whatever?
Yeah.
Ashok whistles for at least Sylvina to start heading inside.
Yeah, she was already going to be heading that way once the people first.
Yeah. And then the last few people disperse from you, and seeing that he's being led inside, some of the guardsmen look up, see this sight. They just kind of look towards each other, the shrug, look towards all of you, and you can see slowly, one by one, two guardsmen who are posted, and you can see there's dents in their breastplates and armor. They just open the door.
Like walking in, I tell Sylvina, I'm like, you're quite popular. All eyes are on you, darling.
That's some sort of sick joke.
That was a fly. But it just randomly just. What'd you say? Sorry.
Is that some sort of sick joke?
No. Just look around. It's wonderful to have it.
What's your passive insight?
I don't know, 15?
What's my deception? Like, okay, yeah, 60. Base rolls. Yeah, she can't really tell. She just, Sylvina just looks at her, just
I'm
like,
like, oh, you're trying to decipher if what I'm saying is
no,
like.
no. No,
Oh.
I'm just using the base numbers
Oh.
to determine something.
Good job.
And I suppose I thank you, but you don't need to say anything. I would prefer that you don't.
I'm satisfied. Dude, I'm satisfied. I helped the family. Nobody saw it, but I'm satisfied in my own self, Zarky. I don't need validations. Like, I'm proud of myself. Keep doing what you're doing, then. As we all walk inside.
Okay. Cool. Da 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 da. And then I find the music, and then it goes a blammo, and then it goes a blammo. Does this work? Yeah, we working. Cool.
I look at
So-
Tiresias for a fat second. I'm like, whatever happened to we can't save everybody? And then we do that, and then this happens.
Trying to save everyone individually is a wasted effort and will just end in failure. Doing things to
I'm just
one
saying.
action that can save
just
many
saying.
people
I
is
just
much easier
and
and doable.
This is what we call AoE.
I'm just saying, because like we said we ain't gonna help people, and then all of a sudden we just magically just like poof the encounter. I'm
Okay.
just saying.
As all of you enter, and eventually you are going to be led down the set of stairs, but the inside of the mayor's building is grand and impressive, and it might make you wonder if it's reflexive of the town's leader, despite everything's going on. The entrance hall is high. The walls are adorned with tapestry depicting the history of the town. From what you can tell, just looking at it, this town was founded basically off a group of merchants who wanted to surmise allow for their trade and allow for their journey to have a resting point. Looking between, and I'm gonna drag you guys on for a second.
Map.
Map.
Give me a second.
I'm the map.
Give me the B, boys. Free my soul.
Of the map.
Wanna get tossed in a fucking hole.
Looking at the tapestry, you can see that the history of this town was basically, again, based on this wanting to relieve the journey between Decca Pass and Mid Landing. As depicted on these tapestries, there was none of these settlements. Quick Mountain, no Temperopolis, no Green Slate, no. This town, seeing the convenience of the merchants able to sail up and down the river, was quickly established next to it. And then it begins to explain the history of a sort. In summary, how this town in its infancy and youth was prosperous and sprung. Many merchants would actually come here to stay, and a bunch of other illustrious details, but I'll get into that. Beyond that, you see to the left of the entrance is a wait plush chairs, a very old and since abandoned. where you would assume visitors sit for with the mayor. On the right is the reception area with a and behind it, which sits which you would assume to be the mayor's secretary, someone of the sort, which currently now is a stern-looking, doesn't necessarily greet you, but she seems to be frivolously filing away paperwork, and seems to be her head seems to be elongated with wrinkles, and she seems very, very exhausted. You might assume that she has been here for several painstaking days, just frivolously writing. But more imperative to all of you, you entered into the mayor's a lot more loud. The room is dominated by a large wooden desk, and behind which sits you'd assume to be a mayor or some political figure. Bookcases line the walls. Tomes, tomes, right? Tomes, not tombs. Tomes and tombs
Yep.
are two different things.
Tombs.
Tomes, tomes
You can
on
have
law
tomes
history.
in tombs.
Ah,
True.
Facts.
These tomes
Sadly,
that
cannot have it the other way.
these tomes which depict law, history, and some other politics, but a large portrait of the town's founder hangs above the fireplace in a large window over the town square. The office is decorated with a bunch of furnishings, perhaps like what we would describe as a Persian rug, some comfortable armchairs, a crystal decanter that has like a bit of brandy next to it. The air is heavy with the scent of like sandalwood, exclude a powerful aura of like law, order, justice, but more importantly, power. And as you see, sitting behind the desk, this guy, if I can, and to previously describe him, this guy. Where's his description before I?
Ugh, nobles.
Ugh, nobles. Ugh. Can't
And
stand.
Sylvia hasn't put away her fucking holy symbol because now she can't.
You see, he has a cropped, wavy blonde hair, shaven on the. Stands roughly at like 5'6", 5'9" ish, somewhere. Regular, sharp, mediocre face with a very long set of braided mutton chops of a beard, and he go to here, bada boom, click this.
So he's short
He's a
compared
short
to me.
asshole.
Hey, hey, hey,
We
hey.
don't know he's an asshole yet. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm making assumptions.
He looks something like this. Yeah, there you go.
Hey.
Yay.
Okay.
He might not be an asshole. He's got a nice face.
He does
He
have
looks
a nice
something
face.
like there,
I
and
don't know. He's got a nice face.
he looks towards you all. He seems a little bit panicked seeing all of you enter, but you can see the guard captain down, and you can see his posture relaxes. And he gives you this nervous smile, all of which you see through quickly before he drops the facade. Almost instantaneously. He realizes he can't himself seriously, and he just waves towards all of you. So, greetings, get honored guest. How can I help you? I'm delighted to see that the crowd's
Sylvina
God.
just gives him a serious look.
And you just stare at him. He's like, "Whoa, nice pleasure to meet all of you." Oh gods. Your eyes. Do you blink? Oh wow.
Your eyes, do they blink?
Wait, which one of
Piercing
us?
snow fucking blue eyes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Piercing sky blue eyes. Mm.
Some
Oh, yeah.
information.
Now definitely would have been the time to mention when Sylvina walks, it doesn't exactly sound like she's stepping. That probably would have been good to mention because it's not, raining.
Is there dim light?
I am William Harlem. I am the mayor of and I am the area and representative of King, or not King yet. Oh, I'm gonna check my DM notes.
Excuse me,
Prince.
are you planning to overthrow the throne?
Prince,
Hold on,
someone.
hold on. I had this all planned.
Heresy?
Hold on. Hey, He's not a heretic.
Kidding.
That's my fuck up. That's my fuck up. Hold on. I went up
Damn,
on
yeah,
It's
a
not
heretic is
heresy.
in our
It's
midst.
treason. Very,
Right.
very big difference.
There are
I am
heretic in our midst.
One of those gets
Wait,
you.
wait, 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 wait.
I am William Harlan. I am mayor of Fallen, a noble and representative of Prince of Falala, Prince Mobus. It is a honor to meet you on better terms, and I am dismayed to see that all of you have seen my town in hectic state. And you can see he sits up. And that's what he looks like, and that's his name, and all that stuff
Mhm.
inside the PC chat.
Right.
I'm upset that I had to reveal myself like that. Whatever.
There are worse ways to be revealed.
um, your names, all of you, 4 of you. I wasn't expecting guests, truth be told. It's been quite some time before I've had a civil company that has not tried my life with the first 5 minutes of meeting me. So this is delightful, and it is hard to get used to again.
Well, we are here for information. And, Captain, I apologize for getting us into some things that we may not have the time for.
I think we can
Fair
make time
enough.
for this.
To be fair, I think we have really agreed to do this in the morning, did we not?
Well, yes, but I meant the whole agreeing to deal with the fishy thing and the bandits.
Oh, you. Fair.
That is what I promised the citizens, after all.
Hmm.
You have to be a good priestess. She rolls her eyes.
Quick question to Zaraki. So this is an opulent office area. Would there happen to be any clocks and such that I have made?
You know, you looking around,
Hey,
There's
he's
like
a
a
clock maker. He
good-
specifically angles for nobles.
you know, you don't know when, but there's a grandfather clock, and it looks oddly familiar. If anything, it's running, from what you can tell, it's running 5 minutes. And you just look at it and it's like, I didn't make this. But hold on. And just look for any sort of your maker's mark. Yep, I made this. Yeah. It just slightly needs to be adjusted.
Ah,
Quick second. You have one of my products here, and it's tad off. Mind if I fix it?
Product?
Pri- you
Professional pride and all that.
sure. Go for it. Yes. Your name is, sir, before you be touching something.
Looking at this, can I tell that I was? Yeah. I am Tiresias. It may have been made by either me or one of my apprentices or my master if it's old enough.
And looking at it, dog, you're looking at one of like your first ever made clothes.
Oh, this is old.
This is like based on now you look at it, like you're looking at it, it's like as you start messing with it, again, you no check required. This is your special. You realize this was looking at the wood and the quality and how, at least from this town, you could assume the humidity might have affected it, and just looking at the quality of the wood, this has seen way better days. Old,
wow.
and you can see. And let's just say
Ah.
this: it is a couple. I'm not gonna say the number, but a couple. Old.
Oh, this is
It's
one
up
of my
there.
early ones.
And you
Get
could,
the
I would, I would,
triplicities.
I would say there's a date in there, and I'll DM you the date later. Like,
I'm sure.
I don't know if you should be saying.
Oh, yep, that's a mistake I used to make when I was younger.
Ah,
I don't know if that's something you should be saying out loud right now.
I'm fixing it now.
I'm saying that out of character. The whole thing of, oh, this was one of my first ones with a person who's sat next to the clock almost every day for who knows how long.
Oh. Oh.
I'm visibly an old man. Come on.
that's also true. That's also
The way you're looking is like, yeah, and you can see a couple guardsmen are looking directly towards you, Tyree. You can see like the rest of you, and he's like giving you a fake smile, and he's very. The rest of you, your names, please, and what brings you here?
You may call me Sylvina.
Yelena.
I am Ashok, the Bondin, son of the Iron Maker.
You sound like every Latin person in the sense of like, my name is Maria Guadalupe Catracha de like Chulaquiles de like from Fall Off. You know what I mean? It's like you have all this name, and then in your driver's license, there's only like 4 that appear. I'm like, you're cocking yourself. My God. I see
Yeah,
so
but
many
it's
clients
fine.
of like Maria Diana Elizabeth Nieto de la familia de las Rodadas.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
It's a
Fuck.
pride thing.
Ah,
Mhm.
fuck. How many
I also
names?
personally love the fact that he never actually pronounces the comma.
I am
I-
Ash.
You know, you
Ashok,
have to
the
pronounce the
bonded
comma every
son
time.
of the Iron Maker. Oh, fuck.
Mhm.
Well,
Pride
It
is
is a
not the
pleasure-
word I'm looking for.
it
But
is
you
an
may
honor.
call me Ashok. He's
Right, Ashok. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you all, and please have a seat.
I prefer to stand.
Sylvina sits and puts
I-
one leg over the other.
When you say I prefer to say, he just looks so. He's just like I prefer to say. He's just looking at you like, hey, it's a
I
courtesy
want-
thing, but
I won't say anything. He's just like, you're terrifying.
She doesn't know all the it's courteous to do these things in this world necessarily. So some of them he's just not going to.
See, Sylvina sits down, does the cross-legged thing with grabs her other wrist with her other hand, laying the other hand on the other knee, and she's like, with that smile of, you done fucked up, kid.
And by the time that's done, I'm probably done with the thing.
yeah.
So like, yep, it's all good.
Sir,
Just walks away from it.
yes, sir, I happen to notice is the type of weather that you're having. And it's not
Fight the weather.
yes, it is really. It's quite interesting. It's not the type of weather
Uh-huh.
that I'm used to seeing, you know. It doesn't change. Like
Well-
it's stuck in something. So forgive me for prying. But does it feel like
How did you?
does it feel like you're does it feel like you're trapped?
Where do I begin? Oh God.
At
You
the
are quite
beginning.
perceptive. you're funny.
I'm funny.
You are quite perceptive for this. And
Um,
please take a seat, and you Ashok, bonded son of the Iron Maker.
If he fucks up that name, I would have laughed.
Trust me, friend. I mean, my soldiers only do what they're instructed to do out of precaution. And look, it would mean a lot if you would sit. I'm. Truth be told, I've barely used to seeing elves. I'm nearly all my life only in stories, and I'm used to seeing her.
Nah,
Freaking me out.
freaking me out,
I-
dog. I want nothing. Oh, you know what
And you can
do,
see he gets
actually?
up, and you see the little tray with brandy. He's like, anyone care for a drink? 'Cause
You know what-
I could.
Oh, you know what you could do?
And he just takes a shot.
You know what you could
immediately.
do? You can give me 2 silver. I happened to lose it earlier. Do you have 2 silver?
like side
It's just
glares of
actually
like a don't you dare start
You know
asking
what,
for
you-
something like that. You know darn well why you lost that.
Of
I happen to lose it. I would.
She didn't lose it.
hearing that Tyrese actually does take one of the shots and drinks it himself.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And
I'm
you can
just-
see he seems a lot more assured of you now you have taken this shot, Tyrese. And he takes one.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I do not drink on business, unfortunately.
I don't drink alcohol.
Sure, sure. And you can see he's giving several separate gases. Again, this is like one of those, I don't know how to describe it. It's got all sorts of engravings, brandy in it. And you'd imagine fancy.
So it's like a
Mhm.
bar cart. It's like a
Really
bar cart.
fancy, explosive. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha,
Yeah, and he
gotcha.
Fancy,
it's the same.
explosive. I mean, what?
It's the same thing over and over, same bottle. All of you can see he's not doing anything with it, and he just puts
So-
it back and he moves the tray. He takes it in his glass, gets a little closer. He puts it on the desk now.
Mm, you can start from the beginning.
Well, it's quite a long story, and honestly, I don't know much of it. But I am this town's 16th mayor within this time frame, this year.
Really?
Oh, year.
And
Wow,
I
this runs
take
through
it.
them.
Yeah. Um.
I take it there have been several lynchings.
More like attempted assassinations, but you're on the right track. For better or for worse, the prince keeps sending us out. Those with wealthy families, lavish comes from lavish. Sending us out, saying it's our duty, and not just that, our old right to help serve the. And he designates us as leader of this place. And from what I've gathered, don't take kindly to. No, not quite indeed. They think it should be controlled by one of them, seeing as they know best of this lands, but I'm just here as my duty. I have my allegiance to the prince, and I wish to carry out my duties. In terms of what I've known, this godforsaken town, for what it is a catastrophe to run. The people are crazed. They act in crude behaviors that I'm sure you miss from the sounds of familiar with it. If any of you don't give anyone here anything, take it from me. Charity does not fly out well in this town. Acts of good service and good faith, they are appreciated, but only among and mostly go on deaf ears. I remember when I was first being or raffled drawn for this town. I had visited here previously, and I gave a man posing by the alias of roughly 5 gold pieces, only to figure it out. Child. For what purposes he used it?
I think you cut out there, but like honestly, you don't need to fill in. I'm getting enough of the context clues.
So, something I wish to ask you. Do you not realize the current situation across the continent?
You mean the impending war, miss?
Oh, not just that. I mean in the individual towns. As far as I have been informed, nobles are not well liked. Especially considering what's going on.
Well, they have disdain for us, miss, because it is well placed and it is deserved in some places. They hate us because the vast majority of us have chalked upon a different path, a different life. I'm sure you are no strangers to corruption, or it is in the very root of this land. And corruption typically corrupts those who have most influence to corrupt itself. Those in power, those with authority. And unfortunately, it's people of my stature. But there are a few good ones, a few outliers that resist corruption and temptation a little bit more easier than others. And I'd like to honor myself. I'm amongst. My household has never done anything and made merriment and had the guest of the privilege of throwing large, lavish parties. How did I necessarily get this position is still alarming, but I was raffled for it.
Do you wish to do it properly?
I wish I had an audience who would listen to me. Truth be told, these people are a lot less civilized imagined, but I don't think it's. Well, I don't blame them. Perhaps due to the scarcity and the imprudent nature of their environment. These people here have not had it easy, from what I understand. Multiple things blight this town, several issues, and ultimately, people here are trying to. And sure, some of it's in more. They're just people. I'm sure you realize what you find here is no different. There's several of us noble people, us delegates of each one of the princes, raffled off all amongst these lands to do our best duties and the ways we deem fit to carry out the prince's jurisdiction of the land and their authority. Me, I'm doing my best, and ultimately, well, as you've seen today, I am not ending or doing well with my people.
Unless you are yourself a powerful warrior and would end the threats personally, there's no way you could have ended these threats.
Truth be
So,
told, I've never picked up much of the sword in my life. I prefer conversation and conversing, and it seems that my audience doesn't want that. They want blood and they want retribution. Neither of which I can give them, but they want from me. I am not their enemy. I am simply trying to make peace in the chaos of this world and what blights this town.
Sylvina smiles, a very sadistic smile. The smile she's been trying to hide from everyone this entire time. And
You know,
says to him,
this guy's taking another shot
You
as
know.
you're smiling.
what if there was a way you could earn their trust?
Perhaps, but all attempts at diplomacy have since failed. In wake of the recent deaths that have blighted this town this week, I have tried to pay them out of my own commerce, my own pocket. I know coinage can't fill the absence of some lost loved ones or perhaps shedded. It could alleviate some of the stress. I don't have much.
Sylvina's smile grows a little bit wider. No, what I am suggesting is that you let us take care of the bandits and at least try and help us with the fifth creature. You earn their trust by actions. People like this, you do not earn their trust with words.
That's that's
you
the
can
thing.
use your words to help if it helps at all, so that you can display what you intend for helping them. We may attempt to capture alive one or two of the bandits. I can't promise more than that.
See,
And
that's
you can hang
that's
them or something.
You can start by being personable to yourself. I realized,
hot.
but I realized that when you were speaking up there on that makeshift podium, it felt across like as if this was rehearsed, and you weren't being personable with your people. I do say so that even though this is the 16th of May, within this year, you being a bit more personable and not saying something rehearsed could bring you closer to your constituents. What people want to hear is the truth. And they put you in that position of power because they probably believe that you have the capability. You should be very lucky they didn't get your head during that riot out there. You can start with the priestess. I forgot the priestess name, but whatever. You can start with the priestess. It looks like she's doing good. If you gain her trust, she can.
You all make good points, but here's the thing. There's some information you don't know. I've made attempts to be more. I like rehearsing. I'm a creature of habit. Part of my background is I was somewhat of an actor. Again, the Harlan household, we are a joke cast of nobles. We are debaucherous. We like lavish parties. We are Me, by extension, I am one take good pride when speaking with people, but it appears this audience. I have tried to be personable. I've allowed private audiences with individuals, couples, families, persons, discussing their issues and trying to give relief. That priestess by association, she is here due to my effort. No one else is alone. Followers of Ubia are followers of, and life blooms everywhere. They cannot be at one place at once. Not everywhere. It is thanks to my connections with the Prince at Falala. She was stationed and employed here, quicker than had I sent a letter. And personal relations with these people have not ended well. Let's say that. Today was the first of the 5 threats of my life, which I will say, which one of you are here? And he looks very serious. I'm no stranger to these things.
Which one of you what?
Are here to do it.
No.
Sylvena's just gonna facepalm.
No, we're not trying to kill you.
There's 5 attempts. I've analyzed this. Every time, every day, there will be 5 attempts on my life. Today, what you witnessed was the first, and there are 4 of you. So either one of you is here to do it,
Sylvena
or
just
all
fucking
4 of you are.
facepalms.
You can express much discern as you wish, but this is what I've witnessed. Look, regardless of that, I guess it doesn't matter. My chamber guards. They're here to. They're more actors of the household.
Hmm.
Point being, I've tried talking to the people. I've employed what resources I have and that I can provide. The bandits are much less of an issue than you might think. I have paid them handsomely, and they will stay in their. We have struck an accord. I pull from my household interpersonal savings, their livelihood in the event that they leave this town alone. They are not quite the issue here. The issue is something they have in their possession, something that I have contacted them numerous times about, but I don't know. Something is fundamentally wrong in this town. I have contacted multiple scholars and sages about the whereabouts and history of this town, but the nature itself is weird. There are stories and folk tales. An old man and his wife that once lived, perhaps one of the first merchants here. Something about the Wellerman's tale, something about what I understand from this folk fiction is an item that was once belonging to the island north of here on Lake Royale was taken. And whether it be this Wellerman or ferryman, have you, it was in his possession, but he was awaiting a fate by the bandits. They stole what cargo he had, and they killed him. Buried his body in the lake, or not lake. He didn't say lake. River. His wife, now a widow, has left the town when first mayor or previous mayor was unable to answer her response. And the bandits now keep whatever this thing they stole has angered the island or whatever creatures that lurk. It I'm not quite sure what has happened. There is books, and he goes up. And he goes to one of his many bookshelves. There's multiple books of this creature lurking quite some time, and I believe it slain five of the previous mayors.
May
It's
I
this
see your
creature.
book?
And you can see he's flicking through.
I want to see it. I want to see the creature. I think that's how druids work, right? If I see a creature, I can like turn into it or whatever.
No,
No,
it has to be a very specific kind of creature.
a beast. I know it's beast.
Yes.
And it also needs
Is
to
it a
be
beast?
much lower CR than you.
Yes.
This thing, number one, the vague descriptions of it. It ain't no beast.
It's not
You
a
ain't
beast.
seen this thing. You ain't seen this kind of animal.
Damn! I wanted to
Sylvina
turn
s-
into a giant fish.
And
Sylvina smiles as she's hatching a plan.
I look at the description of.
give me
like,
1 second. I'm gonna fuck
One.
me
Okay,
describing.
sorry.
I'm gonna show you. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna show you guys the image.
the
You shut
creature?
up over there.
Yeah, Sylvina has. Sylvina
Ooh.
actually is starting to hatch a plan.
Right.
Mhm.
I want to look at the fish.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you know where the bandits
showing-
are.
Well, you're showing this. We'll get to your question after. I apologize, Tiresias. But I do think I have a plan to boost your reputation, if you wish to hear it.
I am disliking the little company I know about you as seconds progress. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to, perhaps in the face of my would-be assassin, scare me out. I already have, but sure, I'm all ears.
Well, firstly, we deal with the bandits. Then,
Again, they are not an issue.
oh, but if they have the thing that this being is looking for, they are exactly an issue.
But the thing is, we have an accord. No harm shall done to them, and encompassing they might not come slaughter and raid this town. You know not of this history
Hello.
of this
How
town
many?
and these bandits, but they
How
are vengeful.
long do you think that it's going to last? How much
Last-
money have you given them?
Well, you give
How-
them enough money that
how
they
long-
will one day show up in better armor than your own guards.
And how long until your coffers dry out?
My coffers, well, continue to grow. I haven't even tapped into what I started up this. So, in that regard, I am. I
And they
figure
would-
I figure myself well over to when I'm in the age of 50. But I
You
am only in
realize-
my 30s.
They would continue to take from you and your family, regardless of your accord. The only reason why they are not doing anything right now is because you are giving them money. You could have signed this paper, signed this accord with them, and have it written down, and if you didn't give them anything, either way they were going to attack you eventually. As
Yes,
of
but
this moment, they're not because you're paying them.
yes, but I think you're missing the point. I don't want them to attack. I want this town to exist rather than for it to be slaughtered. I'm not sure if you know what happens to other towns, such as Alberton. Have you been to Greensight? Do you know the tragedy of what
just
things could
there.
happen?
And
And he
that
looks
was a
at you,
much
and
different.
he looks at you, Teresa. Then I'm sure you understand what happens when certain people are spiteful or you cheat people. From what I understand, a dealing gone wrong led to a town ablaze.
No,
I don't
wasn't it.
wish. I don't. Sure, it might not be the case, but my
it was
point
far more
still
magical
stands.
in nature. They were.
Oh, he looks at you. What do you know?
I just
about
have a dead-eyed stare.
He looks at you. What do you know of magic? The notion that
There
you
were
even know such a
literally
thing is
fire
insane.
things jumping out of torches. I don't need to be an expert in magic to know that was magical. Also, at the end, while we were as we were fleeing, a very big one appeared. So
And the hero agreed, Slay!
Who's your favorite fearless
The
hero?
hero agreed, Slay! Where's
Alright.
I
Nick?
recognize that.
I remember some of them being made of amalgamated corpses of those that died in burning buildings. So, honestly speaking, if that's an actual creature that's not magical at all, I will eat my shoe. As he points at his left shoe,
As he points at his left shoe.
specifically the left one.
I think we're getting off topic. The point is, I don't want for any bloodshed. Truth be, regardless of how long I am in charge, their transgressions only feed into the unjust nature of this town. I'm doing my best to put a temperament on it,
Right.
to feed into their vengeance and give these people retribution is not what they don't need it. It only makes my job harder. And these 5 times that my life may try today might increase in the event that I fail. And personally, I care not for.
Right. But you
I
do.
How many
wish-
of them are there?
That's on my headset. What happened to my headset? Hold on. Oh, here.
Headset died.
We are still talking because so you can try to hear us. Blah 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 blah.
I can hear.
blah,
I can.
blah,
I can.
blah.
I can hear now. I can hear now. What's up?
Go ahead,
Okay,
Cameron.
cool. How many of them are there?
I don't know, but at least a few dozen.
You doesn't. Right.
It's a few people there. Yes, it's much less of a band. Again, to disrupt them would be also. Though their town crown either of the, I still consider it people trying to live, and ultimately, they might be a leech to some of you, but I see these as people.
Right.
The saying about biting the hand that feeds them is such because the knowledge, the common sense, is that once the hand that feeds you is bitten, it will not feed you. But if the hand that feeds you, you bite it and it continues feeding, this just means you're allowed to eat the hand too.
Not quite.
They just have yet to realize that.
You do.
No,
Not-
they have. I'm willing to bet that they are using your money to buy better armor and buy better swords, and they will eventually come down and take the city in truth. They've really owned it since the moment you started saying that you're going to pay them to stay outside. Soon, you're just going to be paying them to stay outside your room.
Do you know? You send them money. Do you know to whom the individual you send the money to?
Well, quite honestly, I would like to chat about this further, but he snaps his fingers and a couple guardsmen approach all of you. I wasn't joking the attempts on my life, nor have any of you responded to my question directly, and I will not take guesses less than the truth. And you can see all the guardsmen have their weapons.
I will say this right now,
I
purely
well,
out of
I'm just
kindness
kidding.
for you.
Hey, you stop. I'm gonna need you to. This is where I start talking. I need to know this with certainty, or at least I might know the face of my assassin. Are any of you here to take my life?
No.
I've been very no. Again, he's not done yet. I have been very lenient, and I get that this might be pleasing on the guise of good-natured people, which theirs exists, but there's few. This town has taught me this. And of the many lessons I've learned, do not let your struck by the snake first. Simply cut off its head. And these guardsmen are doing what they've been trained to do since. Now I will ask you, each one of you, and please do not make me. I'm only looking for a yes or no. Any more or any less will not end good for you or perhaps me. Are you here to take my life? And he goes down the list.
No.
No.
Oh, I gotta roll something.
She's being honest.
Ashok?
She just feels like
I'm
he's being
next.
stupid.
Okay. No.
Tiresias.
Just a deadpan no.
All right. And you can see he looks towards a guardsman. You see he hands him a scroll or some sort of paper, and that guardsman leaves the room. And the other guardsmen just slowly back up to where they were at. Thank you. It is not easy to do this. All of you, I think you're approaching my job with a certain about the dealing. I can't go in further but they cannot attack this town. If anything, I'm in a standstill. They cannot attack me, no matter what equipment, no matter what armaments they give me. I'm aware of their location. In the event that I perish, and my good standing in my house, I've let them know that if I perish by any accord, that this town, as well as the next one, will be fully seized under the military of the crown itself. And I don't want it to be like that. And if that happens, no good will come of it. No good will come of it, assure you.
Let me ask you again. You know,
They
Words on
cannot.
the paper.
So,
Ink on parchment. That is what binds them. These are bandits. I don't think they know how to read. It's not
You
a
make-
common
you-
trait.
you make bold assumptions of, you know little of history. And you can see he starts ignoring.
I've
Hmm.
been
Do you
reading
know the
history since
name-
before you were born, but sure, go on.
do you know the name of the person in which you give your currency to?
He looks over towards you. And you can see I still need to find the image. I'm still looking.
That's fine, that's fine.
He opens another book. Over the years, they've been known as Black,
The black,
as they so call themselves.
the black what?
I'll get to it. The Black Call, as least they call themselves. They've been they're led by a man named used to be a trusted member. Came before he turned all. He's a ruthless man. Band, despite what you might think of, are skilled fighters. Before Marcus, he used to have. They're in the forest nearby. And they ambush people like you, pass or travel. It's not like I haven't tried attempt to nip them in the bud, but they always seem. Truth be told, and you can see he claps his hands and every guardsman. Truth be told, I think it's a matter of this town constantly giving these bandits as always seem to be one step.
Dude, you're cutting out.
Always.
We can't hear you.
What is the last thing you heard? What is the last thing?
And truth be told, I believe that.
He claps his hands. All the guardsmen leave.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I believe it's someone in my chamber or someone in this town that feeds these people, these miscreants, information about perhaps their capture and their whereabouts. They always seem to be one step ahead. So now this stealing as you might call it, to wait on paper is necessary. I can't capture
know
an
who it
elusive
is.
target
Give me your bell.
that knows where I'm planning before I even get to hatch. I can't do it. Simply as that.
We understand.
We
understand the position that you're in.
you come here making lots of assumptions. You, and he points you to Orisius. Your age matters not. I know the history specific. You do not think your age is privileged. Many people of your age have died for less. This is not a threat, but you be careful with the knowledge you seem. You know little here. You better check yourself.
We understand the position. You're in a very difficult. You're trying to satisfy two different groups that eventually really dislike you being forward, and you're living in fear and paranoia. What I suggest is, if you think that this bandit is, it cannot be attacked, right? I suggest that you stop giving your currency to them, because that currency can go towards the town. If the bandit if the group of people and the bandits are separated from the city, there's a reason why they don't want to colloquially live with you and under your rule.
If I may say something, Elena, the reason why he is giving the money is that way they do not attack the town. And even though he is being attacked in the town for being in his position, it would not do any good to not pay them at the moment, because then the town would be in ruin for what it is now.
No, I heard what he said.
Mm-hmm.
No, I heard what he said. I'm saying there's a reason why the bandits are not living amongst your town. There's a reason.
Well, I haven't the reason, because I know it's something that I personally myself. But whatever they're doing, by consequence, whatever it is. You think this is funny? You think the deaths of innocent lives is funny?
Actually, I've just been thinking of a plan. I'm a bit odd, as I'm sure that much is a given. But though my plan may not be the most sound, my plan was to make a double plan. So it might be a bit odd to say. You feed the information to one person, and you make a plan for real for a different one. Although this is purely speaking in hypotheticals. You have someone say that someone's attacking in the middle of the night and on a certain day, but it's actually on a different day that you're planning in secret with other people. Oh, I don't know. Plans like that never usually work.
I think you're missing the fundamental truth there, an error in your thinking. That requires that I know several by nature are not feeding information. The understanding that I have with that is, in order for such a plan to work, I need to have confirmed a couple that haven't been feeding them and that are willing to work with me. And where might you think I find those people?
That is the question.
Tell me the reason again why your group doesn't eradicate bandit camps, so that no bandit camps don't have to work wasting, regardless if you have someone.
Truth be told, it's because I tell them not to. Unlike the leaders before, I I have a much softer. I believe one evil does not necessarily consecrate the next. Killing one life, trading it for it's pointless. So much loss and sorrow. And for what? For your puny retribution, vengeance, if such things were considered to be a
Peace.
virtue.
It is for the
You-
sake of peace.
You are mistaken. It's not peace they want vengeance.
Maybe you
not
are too
lived
young
here.
to have seen peace, but I am old enough to have seen it. Back in those days, laws were upheld. And in truth, that's all I will
You
say
are
anymore.
a feeble man who do not understand the giving you. Peace cannot be attained when there are two sides wanting blood and bloodshed. I cannot have peace. That is an axiom that is not on the. To do so would violate my moral philosophy, to completely annihilate the. And I don't wish for that. I wish for the two of them to coexist.
Yes, the victim and the predator to be locked in the same room. Good for you.
You don't understand. Perhaps you are too senile or too old to realize, but violence. And these are men. These are not monsters. A man only becomes a monster when he needs a reason to. I was taught chivalry and valor. And I was taught forgiveness. And this is why, under my jurisdiction, despite what has occurred, I choose not to harm them.
Does
Now, I don't know if that makes sense to any of you, trying to have compassion from someone else, even though they wish you death. But I don't think that's such a foreign concept.
can I see? Can I tell if there's any magical traces in this room?
Sure. An Arcana check or an investigation.
23.
This is the most ordinary room you've seen in your life. It is common and elementary in all that it is. It is mundane and basic. No magic is afoot other than the magic of the word of his mouth. And not literally, just figuratively.
Okay. S- Y- The bandits have power over you.
No. Not in the way that I think it. The only power they have is my moral. The virtues I choose to. Because the moment I slip, the moment I become like him. I don't wish for this town to be like others in the who have abandoned civil acts and civil service
Mm.
and have resorted to outright bloodshed. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is from what I understand it, in the northern regions, there is a blood and abandoning traditional customs, a way that it is contrary to the norm is being introduced. And I, for one, will have no part in this. None at all.
So, in a perfect world, you would like both groups to work colloquially, to live colloquially.
Not even that. But at least a mutual understanding. That is naive thinking the two might come together. There is an issue that is or a grudge between the people that have long precedes me. And I am not ignorant to it. There's grudges that are going to be held.
Mm-hmm.
But what I do wish for is a common existence.
Common
They
ground
don't need
is
to
what you're looking.
precisely.
Understood. That's what you want.
I think that's what everyone wants, and to some degree.
The truth be told, I think your suggestion is wrong.
truth be told, I think they have a long-standing, and you're and that time planning with vengeance sooner be dealt with the local. The bandits aren't an issue, and quite honestly, how you got knowledge of them so quickly, or at least being a traveler here. No, look, if you wish to help the citizens with whatever wayward monster they speak. This I have little, but did I find it? Fuck, that's not it. But exists still.
There
I have
might
received what, miss?
there might be a way. Because if the bandits you're mentioning that the bandits holding an item belong to this creature, and you're talking very diplomatically in the sense of you don't want bloodshed. Maybe if the object, like what Sylvina was mentioning, if you return the object to the creature's life would be spared, and he would no longer be terrorizing the citizens at night, causing lots of whatever is happening. So that way that problem is already fixed. But then you're dealt with, right? You're dealt with a valuable item that you have lost. You can instead trade that for something else. You're mentioning that there's an infiltration. The information here in this town isn't safe because it's being infiltrated by bandits. Information of anything is power. If you allow us to go under your name to speak to the bandits, maybe there's a truce that we're able to establish so that way your citizens aren't harmed or stolen from. You no longer have to pay, so you can use that money for your people, and the bandits are satisfied whatever they want. And if they choose to live so colloquially with your town, then so be it. But if by their own merits they rather wish to be away, at least they would be satisfied. Because not all value is tangible.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh no! No!
Can I insight him?
What are you inciting?
Oh no!
I'm trying to just get a general mean on his demeanor, for one.
Please, for the love of God.
To tell if I mean, you can still do your roll, but
yeah,
I'm gonna wait till you talk so that way I can move on.
What Sylvina's trying to gauge from him, because he seems to know, from what she can tell, quite a bit about these bandits. So like one would like an abnormal amount from just a general mayor of the town.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Out of character, I actually in character too, but he's not saying it in character out loud. He considers this guy to basically just be a crony for the bandits.
A crony.
Yeah, that's kind of where my lines are trying to go. Is like I'm trying to decipher between his actions and his words, because it feels like he's not letting something on.
sure.
All right, let me roll.
Obviously, she won't know what, but
like maybe this
inspiration. Inspiration. I'm using my inspiration for this.
I'm using my inspiration.
Maybe this guy really is.
I'm using my inspiration.
Worth it.
All right, fine, whatever. Yours was worth it. Mine was like, yeah.
I'll get to Sylvina first since you rolled high. The nature of this guy might be unsettling. His words are a little bit unnerving, as you. The idea that he might work for them, but what he knows about them, or about the bandits, you might assume, from what your understanding is vast, perhaps read, or at least about the. You're not quite certain where his alignment is, but you're not certain that he doesn't have any. You know that it is likely that, based on the vast bookshelves.
Okay, you've been cutting out the entire time.
Really? What did you
Yeah,
not
it's
hear?
like
Oh my.
it's just like in and out. Someone vast library and then gone again.
Something
Okay,
about
okay.
we don't know where his allegiance or alignment is.
Okay. You do not know where his allegiance lies with the bandits particularly, but you know his heart is with his town. You know that it is true he has been sanctioned. He is here for on the account of the prince. But in terms of his knowledge of these bandits, it strikes you that he knows more. But truthfully, his heart is the town. His alignment shifts. You're not quite certain of where he goes, like the bandits, but ultimately, how much he knows, how little he knows more than what for sure. Where he sides with you, you're not quite sure. With the persuasion 11, he looks at you. I. The notion of such a thing is a good idea, but ultimately, I think it would appointment the townspeople. I. How do I put. I don't think it would end well. The short end of the stick is what I'm going to say is I don't. And number two, if I stop supplying these people, I might be the lifeline. I'm not sure. Assuming you are from the south traveling, you know what these forests are like. Unforgiving and cruel. I might be the lifeline they to continue living. And would I go beyond a second of my doubt? Would I sleep well at night knowing that I gave these people, despite their history, and I don't think, number one, I don't, depending on your ancestors, you suffer their consequences. I don't believe in that. In my heart of hearts, I know well at night knowing that I've given each one of these people a fair opportunity, a fair chance to live. Whether that be the payment of gold, have you, another thing. But it seems more fair to me and correct in order to do things the way they are. This creature is another thing. I don't. This predates me, and I'm sure it looks directly towards uh, uh, Tiresias. And by the way, you know at this point, Sylvina, he does not like Tiresias at all.
Yeah,
is-
I mean, Tyrese is
like-
Me
kind of.
neither. It's
That's
it's
not hard
neutral.
to pick up.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
really
fair,
not hard
that's-
to pick up.
The look he's giving me, I'm probably giving it back. We're both kind of looking down on each
He's
other.
he's not giving you a real stern look. Just trying to casually dismantle everything you're saying. He's taking you with some consideration, but he's ultimately trying to ignore.
Essentially, he is supremely devoted to his ideals, and I stand against them. But he respects my age in a way.
Yeah, he's not gonna like. He's not gonna like outright say it. He'll like he did try to throw in a couple jabs, but ultimately he's not doing it. And in terms of you, he seemed for you, Yelena. He seems topsy turvy. Perhaps this was an idea he considered himself, but he believes, as it is currently, the best way things could. He's sticking to his guns. Yeah, he's not like he doesn't want to do it. I'm sure I'm getting it. Like, sure they hurt me, sure, but they're not getting they're not getting hurt themselves, right? Now, if I can direct your attention away from this town's history resulting into the merriments of men, this creature is something, if you would like to perhaps assist or deal with, based on what I've aware of, based on what I could assume, perhaps that might be something of your interest. From the looks of that sword, it looks over towards you, the large one in the back. You seem like the sort for sale, and I am in no short supply of not silver, not copper, gold, hard-earned coinage. Now, what I might suggest might involve your wayward life, but ultimately, I do not wish for you to take on more risk than comfortable. But, and then you can see, let me change the music.
Real quick, just because I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to interrupt you
Mhm.
before, because I mean he was still talking about the bandits, and I wanted to make some kind of notion to Ashok that he wasn't fully letting on the full information, but I don't
Sure.
know
Mhm.
how I would do that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's like, how would you convey
Like
that?
I feel like
Mhm.
it would be some kind of foot tapping because she doesn't normally have her feet on the ground.
Yeah, he would give a side glance and then make a note of that, and he's thinking.
She would pass it off as a little bit of an anxious thing,
Mhm.
you know.
Okay.
Here's
But
the
that's what I
strangest
wanted.
combination of actions and reactions to a situation. If I'm honest, like I'm saying this out of character, but like
Yeah.
uh, responds to 5 attempted assassinations a day, which is a lot to be fair, with basically being extremely suspicious and threatening to kill people every time he meets them. Um,
But was he
but
was
when
he
there's
serious about
bandits,
that?
apparently dozens of them, threatening everyone that enters and leaves the town, he's like, "Oh, I'm giving them money though."
Yeah, we're gonna pay them off.
And
Yeah,
when the
it's your
townspeople that
true
he has to live
allegiance.
with and are the ones attempting to kill him are like, please do something about the bandits, he's like, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna do something about the bandits and keep handing them more money, but not do anything about the bandits. It's like, wow, you're doing everything in the wrong direction.
Okay.
The money's going
All
to the
right.
bandits, not the town. The soft word is going to the town, not the bandits.
I mean, to be fair, if you
The suspicion's in the correct place, admittedly.
because
It's
if you understand his disposition when
dude, I
before
don't care
you
what you
got
say. I
hey
consider him
hey
a
hey
coward.
hey, it's okay, it's okay. But his disposition is, why would I give these people money when the first day I got here, they tried to kill me anyways?
Clearly, the
Yeah.
bandits are better people.
I mean, they're not trying. I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They didn't
Right.
try to kill him immediately.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, yeah, in my
Be
own
fair, he should have
one,
also realized there were 15 before him.
Oh, he
Yeah,
knows.
like, yeah, like there's kind of part of that. Like, there is obviously ire that has previously existed, and it's not his fault.
in the same year, honestly speaking, if I'm one of these villagers, it's like, no, at this point, they're interchangeable in my mind. I don't even remember their names.
And that's why
Yeah.
his precaution. But, but, this will be the last thing
Last thing before what?
before we end this session, because it is.
Yeah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second. Ah, yes.
I ask him a question.
Go for it.
Can I say something? Okay.
After Yelena. She,
Okay.
Ladies
Yeah,
first.
no, you
Shit.
asked first.
You asked
Ladies
first. It
first.
has
We have a
nothing
dibs
to do
No,
with gender.
you
Ladies
asked
first,
first.
because you're
Yo,
a
just say it.
gentleman.
Yelena,
I
just
asked
No,
the guy.
Ashok is not.
I asked the guy. Do you know where in the north the bandit camp is located?
Again, approximately.
You can give me a direction. Can you give me a direction?
No.
Because you have suspicion that we're going to eradicate this.
He doesn't say anything. He just pours himself a
I
shot.
knew it.
What are you not telling us?
Oh.
Ashok says firmly.
I've told you everything I've known.
Insight check.
Same, actually.
Where?
Nah,
Wow.
I believe you.
inspiration.
I believe you. Oh,
Oh yeah, inspiration.
It's fun for the both of you. Okay,
Yeah, I got
Tyrese, yes.
Yeah, it.
Oh, come
Okay,
on,
just gotta
Ash.
click
I'll
that
roll,
away.
I'll roll my own after he does what.
Alright, whatever.
Okay, that's better.
Goodness. Wow. I really
God
hope
damn.
it's at deception. It's an off day
Well, there's
for
no
us.
reason for
Hey,
me.
there's a chance.
There's no reason for me to roll
Wow.
insight.
I
now.
don't want to out myself and use my small amounts of magic, so nah.
I can just.
I have other ways of getting information.
I can just. Whatever. Torture is wonderful.
Oh boy, surface level thoughts.
Torture is just way too much. Why go that far? You don't even need to touch them.
You don't
Sure.
even.
I
need
think
to
we're
touch-
both
is
being
everyone-
enough for
Is
God to
everyone
help me.
is everyone keep?
I
With
can't
what they roll.
reroll.
Can
Everyone keep
I try for the insight? 'Cause
Yeah,
also,
it's like
You can
I
try.
also
You
didn't.
can certainly
I also
try.
Hey, she might
didn't
nat
believe.
20. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
also didn't believe it, but I'm like everybody's rolling insight, so might as well. I'll join the
I-
bandwagon.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna hit me with the. He's telling the truth. He's telling
No,
the
no.
truth.
Damn.
I roll for fun.
All of you?
Oh well.
Perhaps there is a level that perhaps a business dealing. There is certainly something he's telling you about, but the more you think about it, it becomes lesser importance. You know he's hiding something to the extent it seems not personal, but of a lower extent, something marginal. It's not of greater importance as you once thought.
Hmm.
Hmm. You're
There's
saying
something.
that to the two peacekeepers that are in the room.
Yeah, and also like, what's his surface level thoughts? As Ashok opens up his mind.
Ping it for me?
So it's gonna be one of those chunky ones. Yep, it is.
Hmm?
Is it detecting
I called it.
thoughts? Detecting thoughts.
He's not probing, so.
Fuck
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Oh,
no
so-
components.
So,
Yeah,
so
that's
you have
strong.
no idea. Mm-hmm.
His surface level thought. I wish these people could just understand what I truly want. They have it all wrong. Like, it's not that important that I was supposed to be.
That you were
supposed to be
supposed
what?
to what?
Huh?
Be wedded to one of these people.
Oh.
That
The wife.
is very important.
So this is like a
Supposed to be wedded to one of these people.
So like, hold on. So he's sending her like child support money, like custody money. How?
No, that's
It-
not what I think is happening.
It's and like his I truly wants to. I don't know.
Oh, no. We gotta play matchmaker now, guys.
Why does she?
Stop.
Why does she stare at me? He's like,
That's so fun.
why is she staring so hard?
Sophina.
Gods. Why is she? Gods. She needs to stare. I'm
Okay.
rather uncomfortable.
So
Does he think that
as
I'm
these surface
pretty?
level thoughts are coming up, Ashok asks again in that slightly more intimidating way of, "What are you not telling us?" As like, even though he failed the check, he's still like suspicious a bit because
Also, you
there's,
immediately got
especially with that
confirmation.
information that he got now, it's like there's something you're really not to tell us. If I need to do what I need to do, I will.
Again, I've told you all that I know. Situation and his surface level stats. God, this guy just can't take no for an answer. Like, is it really that wrong? Like, truthfully. And you can see he's having like a mental, like imagine he's just thinking, this guy's scary, and honestly, if this guy does anything, it wouldn't, probably slice me in half with that. I don't want to
Yeah.
die, but if I do die, not know there's several
Several what?
armed guards waiting.
Oh.
Like, and like this is just passive thoughts. Is like, sure, I'm already sent off a letter, so even if I do perish, the letter leaves the town, everything I told them. But I know that in my heart,
Just one stick.
Wait, a letter leaves and what?
oh, the letter he sent, like, leaves the town.
A letter? I knew it.
I wonder who the informant is now.
Dear.
I told you.
He is a crony. I fucking knew it.
I mean, he just literally sent a letter to a guardsman.
Oh, he's a simp.
There's nothing wrong with simps.
Sorry, wait, that's a banned word on Twitch. Sorry, he's very inclined to a very specific person.
The bandits.
Now again, can we direct our attention to
The creature.
surface?
Yes, I would believe that is more pertinent.
I feel like there's something you're not telling us that is crucial information that we should know, and maybe we should discuss this more in private if you need to.
I ask you, how many times are you going to ask me the same question?
I know the guards are waiting outside and that you sent that letter to the bandits. So we could keep talking about this in a civilized manner, or
The moment you said
Oh, we're gonna
sent
get
a letter to the
shot.
bandit, I stood up.
We're gonna get
Way
Absolutely.
faster than an old man's supposed to.
I'm so...
I hope you realize, and then you feel your connection to
And
it.
just complete
And
disdain
immediately.
on his face. Just utter disdain.
I hope you realize a couple things. One, do not do what you think you know much, but I'm. Whether you believe me or not, the truth in that letter.
Cut out.
you cut out. You cut out.
What was the last thing?
Truth,
What was the
and
last-
that was it.
letter, and then
The truth of the matter is this. That letter is a precautionary device I use in the event that I am slain. It is handed to a guardsman that I believe I know, I trust. The letter changes several times. The message is clear. In the event that I am slain in the several armed guards will come into this room. They will see it to that all of you are arrested and carried out by the full authority of the crown. That was not meant for the bandits. Again, you misread everything that I've told clearly. And for you, older man, please take a seat.
I would like to say that,
Anyone inciting
there's-
checking, by the way?
Oh yeah.
There's,
Sure.
definitely. But
Go for it.
there's a slight bit of arcane glow from the
wrong?
cane.
22?
He's terrible.
Now we roll great. Now we roll great.
You know he is not. He is being completely honest. That
Man.
letter is essentially telling everyone, in the event that I die in this private conversation,
Kill him.
to carry out everything I've mentioned. Essentially, everything he told you would happen to the town. He's respecting everyone's privacy in this one conversation, but in the event he dies, everything he mentioned gets carried out.
Okay, at least you're not that far gone. If you don't mind, I would like to leave.
Then get the fuck
You can
out.
see he opens something in his drawer. You can see it is some sort of red crystal. You can see he holds it up slightly towards where sunlight hits, and it beams somewhere outside. And a click outside the door, and the door opens.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
The rest of you can continue talking to him. I'm going to wait outside the building.
Sylvina's gonna stand up, put her hand on Ashok's shoulder, and just look him dead in the eyes. Ashok, Captain.
There's nothing for us here.
Captain, I realize that I myself am a very imprudent person and I have very strange quirks. Please apologize to the mayor.
Ashok looks at her like, "What did you just say to me?" For a moment, and then he swallows his pride.
I'm gonna wait.
Fine.
Huh.
I'm sorry for making assumptions.
I will say, how did you know that there were several guardsmen outside? As far as I'm aware, there's only a few people that are that perceptive. Tell me, how did you know?
I'm
And he look-
talented.
And his demeanor completely changed. It's like straight up honesty. He just like staring directly. He's no. By the way, your surface level thoughts of him are gone. He just staring directly.
Yeah, it sounded like he got rid of the.
He became aware.
anyways. Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. He looks, and then some of the Ashok like kind of summons his ability a little bit, but not a whole ton. And the shadows in the room just get darker and more dark. Like they grow a little bit and get darker in the room. Not, yeah. I have my talents and have been trained in many different in a way. I have been trained to be perceptive.
He looks over to you. Might be an elven thing.
There you go. You could have said it was another thing.
Point being, if you want help, if you would like to help, see to the monster. My knowledge is very limited. And he just points out to a page, and I don't have the image. I actually, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
I know this much. It has been as long as the town has been founded. It is both capable, from what I understand, of traversing land and water. And it goes to great lengths to see that its tracks are covered. Now, what that means to you all, I don't. But I will propose you this deal. For the monster alone, I will pose a bounty within the coming hours. A ransom for its head. The difference is between, as you mentioned, Lady Miss Yelena, this creature is no man. It is a monster through and through, and it has led to the deaths of many. And when it comes to my kindness, it will not be tempered at such a beast who ravages. This is my duty. And so be it. It shall have no mercy.
Oh.
Any despicable act that you have been devising against me, or that any ideas you have been circumventing about me, these preconceived notions, I suggest the information you have acquired about me, you do not exercise on it. If anything, the things you think you know are far more convoluted, especially with. Did I cut out? Did I cut out? Did I cut
No,
out?
no, no, no.
Yep, you did.
I'm thinking. I'm
Did you?
thinking.
The things you think you know are often more complicated, especially ones dealing with the heart.
Once
That's how
dealing
you
with the
were-
heart.
That's how you were originally going to share that with us, weren't
Yeah,
you? Okay.
yeah, he was gonna share it anyway.
See, I don't fully understand that, but
I stare in actual, just pure confusion at him, just like,
did you already leave?
I thought you left. You're not there.
Actually,
I
like
think my
confused of like, is that
Go
why
ahead,
they're
Daryl.
Tiresias, to my knowledge, Tiresias, you're not here. Fair enough.
Okay, fair. I'm just confused too.
is that why they're angry at him? Because marriage
Because he
problems?
said no. Well, I apologize for our original rude treatment of you.
To be honest, I much prefer this. Again, you can see he goes in his and flashes a green crystal, a beam of light hits somewhere in the window. See guardsmen enter again, and you can see that handout, that parcel that he handed, is returned over to him.
I will say that is very clever.
Truthfully, I mean, you have to be clever when death is close on every corner. And I will say, there is a noble who, a few hours before me, I had the pleasure of meeting. In the event that any of you would like to leave, she is in the need of mercenaries. Her name is
What's her name, Zarky?
Stop it.
Rebecca.
Her name is Lady. Damn, why'd I choose to come?
Lady Damn.
Why is it
Damn,
French?
The dam of the lake.
Would
Da-
French have
Dame.
the last name of that ass?
No.
Damn that.
Her name is Lady Isadora Rosethorn. She she was unfortunately in the disdain of staying in a tavern, and several of her hired mercenaries perished this evening. She needs, to my knowledge, she wished if she could acquire the services of my guardsmen, and perhaps she might return them on their journey back. In the event that some of you are and that you don't see any real opportunity here from this bounty, perhaps you go north with her. From what I understand, she's in some other tavern. Perhaps in...
I'm gonna wait till Ashok and Sylvina leave.
Ashok leaves. He's
If
done.
I may, how much is this bounty that you're proposing?
For the head?
It's going to be sizable than what most people need to pay. It is only a reminder of the danger you would be putting yourself in. From what I devise, I could promise a payment of 10 gold per person who would be willing to slay. But that is what I have in mind. However, I believe this noble, I think her pockets might be a little bit deeper than mine at the moment.
Well, I don't need to check your words to see that you don't exactly want to see us in the town.
It's nothing personal. It's this
Oh, of course
conversation
not.
has changed drastically.
Well,
I
you weren't
fear-
exactly pleasant, so I apologize again.
No need. I fear for the bandits you would call. I feared for Roderick and his men. It wouldn't be the first time people, or at the least when mentioning these things to travelers or would-be mercenaries, that would have attempted to encounter them, and it never ends well. It always ends in more bodies to bear.
I do dislike that it is the unfortunate of the world that we currently live in, and I wish it would change more, but, you know, it feels like a useless hope at this very moment.
Useless, I would argue not, but one that takes patience and persistence. I think that is a better way to look at it.
Well, I did promise the town that I would help with both issues, but you seem to be unwilling for one of them, so I will help with the other.
You'd be surprised when I say it's perhaps better this way. I don't think it would end well. And if anything, if you do help them, I'd probably be on my way out.
Well, I don't yet know for what reason, and I don't intend to find out. Your secrets are your own. Sylvina will follow Ashok.
Okay, I say to the guy, right? I'm alone with him. Besides, like, all 50
Okay.
guards. I ask him, "Good question, sir. You mentioned that the creature is looking for its item back, correct? It would like to retrieve the item that it has been taken from it."
He just nods.
Okay, wonderful. Are you aware if the creature that, terrorizes your town also terrorizes the bandit camp?
He thinks about it.
I know.
There's
I'm Fitbrit, yeah.
he doesn't know. To my knowledge, the scout who represents my behalf of dealings in exchange, he never spoke of any damage to their camp.
Zarky. Zarky. So, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. He hasn't reported to you any damages from what he's aware of in the bandit camp.
Yes, and the more I think about it, I've sent several scouts to survey their lands, and the few of which that came back, none of them saw any tracks or any indication. This creature, it gives some indication of where it's traversed with the large burrows. I'm sure you've seen the town.
Right.
But there never have seemed to be any within their...
Any of them.
And to my knowledge, the item in question, I don't know what it is, but I theorize what is in the event you do to procure such an item. It's weird, a coin of the dead, from what I've been able to make. I've had a couple scouts survey the island a few little bits of miles away from us, and in those discoveries, they've only heard whispers of a return call of the dead.
Return Call of the Dead?
Or a return / or call of the dead. The island itself seems to speak and seems to...
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. Just trying to get a better grasp of the creature.
Sure.
Do you know anybody in this town who's older that has seen this creature, or can you point me to the right direction to whom would know more of this creature?
He kind of cringes. Well, there's two people in mind.
Huh.
There's the fisherman that goes by the name.
Oh,
If you haven't met him, I think that's astounding.
I
mean,
know.
perhaps he's...
Right. Well, and someone that's a little bit more, less vivacious.
Well, unfortunately, the only other option is the widowed wife of Wellerman all those years ago. I myself know that she's eastward of Fallen. Her approximate location I'm unaware of. Do you have a map?
I do.
You're not there!
You're not there! No, but I have some parchment.
Don't worry, I'll give you one.
Oh, what did you?
Second map.
I have a map now!
The one he gives you, it's
It's
a lot
crap.
less focused on the world, but more of... There's all sorts of sort of inscriptions on it,
Uh-huh.
depict a bunch of bullshit, yada yada yada. He says, according to what he's figured out, she's somewhere over here. If you look in the world
Oh.
map,
Like,
somewhere over there.
okay. East, right next to... Oh, thank you so much. May I keep this?
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful, thank you. Put it in my little knapsack.
I will say though,
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
What is it like having such pointed ears?
Wow.
It's a little racist.
I've been staring. Truth be told, in order to alleviate myself.
Uh-huh.
Your friend, he's quite unnerving. I've been trying not to stare him at the eyes, but the tips of his ears.
Oh, wonderful. That's an old folks trick. Something you can do as well. You can stand in the middle of the forehead, and it looks like you're talking to them. Oh, it looks like you're looking at them, but you really aren't. That's an old wife's tale. But pointy ears. Well, I'm very good at hearing things. He is very correct in the sense of we elves are very perceptive. So, I guess...
I know. It's... The last few I've encountered weren't as...
pointy.
No. Quite the opposite. More, in fact. It's... At least they claim themselves to be elves.
More pointy. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how to put them... They say they also come from the... unusual. I saw nothing more to it, where someone comes from. Perhaps they're from Alberton. Quick mind to know.
The east.
You cut out on the. They're from
the east. By
From
Alberton.
the east. Or Quickmire, wherever the one. He never really stopped to ask to it.
They're probably just higher elves. Believe it or not, there's a whole hierarchy. So...
I don't know. I've seen plenty of the races in my day, but elves, my few, they were just quite something like.
We're very posh. We think we're better than you humans, which is actually quite a little bit true because we do live longer than you. But
not necessarily, because what you've been able to accomplish, in my understanding, in a few hundred years, we accomplish in our few decades. Truth be told, I think, and this is my own philosophy, that humans are quite superior in their own right. Because if you think about Aurelius,
Here's a dick showing contest.
the king of all kings, held our lands, this continent, in peace, when all races beforehand and all his predecessors have since failed. So what would you call that?
I completely agree, but wasn't it the same race that also eradicated the king?
There's a bunch of fan fiction about that.
course.
No one
Oh,
truly knows.
Of course, darling.
Wait.
of
Did
course.
this noble actually say there's a bunch of fan fiction about that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Yes.
a bunch of fan fiction.
Listen,
Ah,
this is a noble with
thanks.
another noble, and then she can't tell us. She can't tell us we're wrong.
Oh, it's a
There's a bunch of
completely-
We had the
fanfare
money for.
fiction.
We had
No
the money
one
for
knows.
education.
No one truly knows
Of course.
how he disappeared.
Of
But
course.
your theory is not well evident. It is grounded in.
It is.
To my knowledge, rumor has it Aurelius was killed off by a close friend of his, and his body lay somewhere in the ocean. But that's just a theory I heard.
Of course, darling. Of course. But thank you so much for the information. I do apologize
I
for
want
my.
to stab them both.
I do apologize for my group if you've ever felt I intimidated or scared or pissed off.
Pissed off, maybe. The older one, he's in the good place.
You know how
I don't-
old
He
people
di-
can
he
be.
doesn't
Old
get
people are
it.
very
He doesn't-
grouchy, darling. Old people are very grouchy.
He's not grouchy. His spirits are.
People are very
He knows
grouchy.
of what life was, and I don't think
Oh.
he realizes I was to what life is now.
How old
Hell,
are you?
I'm only 35.
In human years?
And
Oh,
all
because
years
he's human,
that
because he's
there
human,
is.
yeah. Oh, wonderful, darling. It must be wonderful to be 35. I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for the information. Good luck on your future endeavors. If should you need anything, please call me. My name is Elena. Oh, and don't trust Mirabelle. She's a scoundrel. And then I walk off.
What?
I walk
Wait,
off.
what?
I walk.
What? Miss, and do you keep walking?
I walk.
And you hear the last words. I never got her house.
You never got her. You never got her house?
The name of her
Nope.
house.
Oh.
Your surname.
Oh.
And
You're
acting
supposed-
and are dressed like a noble.
Oh,
The
that's
surname
noble.
carries weight. He just assumed you were.
That's fine. They can keep assuming that, I am a queen, Azarki. I am a queen. Let the
If you
whole
keep this
world know.
facade up, eventually.
Listen.
Bro, if you had the money for education, your family is at the very least a wealthy family, which would be well known.
Look, in all fairness, she is an elf. She maybe was just back from the days when education was cheaper.
Listen. Richard.
Either way,
Either way,
Either
the
way.
party slowly, and this is where I'm gonna wrap this up.
Yeah.
Party slowly makes outside, and where the crowd once was, you see a new crowd. An angry woman with all sorts of addiction, ordering servants around. You pick up my clothing. You get this bag, and
Well said.
slowly ushering people around. You can see. Give me a second.
Okay, before that, I want to make one last comment about this in character.
Sure.
He just says to once everyone's outside the house, it says, "I am so thankful that my son has more of a spine than him."
You see one of the guardsmen laughs.
God, even the guards are like, damn.
You can see slowly.
There you go.
Even the guards are like, damn, this guy's like, he could be doing better.
No, they can just recognize the good fern.
They're just like, damn. And he's like, I'm not trying to lose my job.
I see no evil here, no evil. Ignorance is bliss.
But you see a tall, regal-looking mid-30s with long, somewhat chestnut, somewhat black, and with streaking green eyes. She wears a fine silk dress in a deep shade of red, adorned with golden embroidery and jewelry. And despite what her yelling and all her aggressive nature, seemingly aggressive, deep sense of poise and dignity. She is accompanied currently by what you can tell 3 heavily armored guards, both armed with the insignia and wearing a signal of perhaps a family crest on their breastplates. As the woman you see looks something like
Hey, yo,
a
family
elite.
crest, you say?
Yeah, a family crest. And I gotta go. She looks a something. Where is it? God damn it! Don't tell me I found. God. She looks a something like this. Please chat. You see this woman as she starts. You pick up these bags. I need a carriage. I don't care what the. We need a wagon the first way out of this dump. And hire a ferryman. We cannot stay here for any longer. The business here was a disaster. Total disaster. And that rain last night costed us precious hours. Please, gentlemen, chop chop. There's work to do. And you can see several people of the town, several other people walking around. It's hectic as hell, but you can see these people are a lot excited, and you can just tell just by passively looking at them the sole reason why they're dealing with verbal berating is perhaps the coinage in her pocket. As that is where we will end tonight's session.
All about the money.
Can I? So yeah, now that it's over, post session. Yeah, I like this lady more.
I like her. I've always liked her. I liked her the minute she started bossing men around. I'm kidding.
I will say I thoroughly hope today's session, and assuming if you guys do this quest, you know, there's a whole lot to this. Assuming you do this quest, it's okay. But 10 gold is a lot. That's
It
what he's thinking
is.
about. Right
Yes,
now.
that's exactly. That's exactly a like.
Wow. So we're done. It's crazy. We're done. We're done. Wow. Wow. We're crazy. It's crazy. We're done. Oh my god, dude. It's been crazy. Oh my gosh. For those who are still watching, if you guys want to join my chat on Discord, you can, and then I'll drag you in, and that way you guys can tell us what happened. Hey! Hey! Okay. I'm gonna go to sleepy sleep. Okay. So I love all of you very much. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. I had a panic attack and I cried on stream. But you know, that's fine. It's fine. I'm in like chaos right now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So I love you guys so much. I hope you guys have all a wonderful night's sleep. And I will see you guys